Hello. Hello, hello. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, hopefully nothing exploded today because yesterday, I think some like settings reset and basically my OBS kind of exploded. And so yesterday I had to like reset all of my UI and my HUD and everything on OBS, and some things like disconnected, like some of the apps, I guess, like chat connectivity and like messages and stuff. So I was missing some stuff yesterday, but hopefully that was all been ironed out today. We'll see. Hello, hello, hi. It can't, yeah, it can't be as worse as the mic explosion, which, like, well, those USB ports are holding up. But I'm looking into getting, one of those things where you plug in, like in the extension things, I don't know, not extension things, but like, you plug it into the USB and then it gives you like 5 more USB ports. I want to get one, but I'm also afraid that it's going to do the thing where it's going to explode my mic again. Hello, hello. Doing okay. And hopefully, my stream setup will be okay, too. I mean, it's a good sign because I'm seeing YouTube messages again. Yesterday, YouTube messages were not showing up at all, so I had to have like a separate thing. I had to have like 3 windows open just to try to see all the chat messages while playing a game, and it was rough. I was just missing so many things. I was missing so many messages, so should be okay now. But yeah. I hope you guys are doing good. Today we'll be continuing Paranormasight 2. It's still pretty much in like epilogue territory. I don't know. Like with the first game, it was very obvious about how, well, not obvious at the beginning, but in the beginning I was like, I'm pretty sure this is the prologue and we're gonna get into it. But this feels a lot less obvious about what is prologue. If I'm finished the prologue, if I'm still in the prologue, what's going on? But we're not, we're not like too deep into it. We're just kind of like learning more about the setting and the people in it, which is still good and fun and interesting. And there's like so many spooky crimes already happening. But hello, hi tenant. Paranormal activity. I don't like ghosts. It's like mysteries and trying to solve them. But yes. That will be... Oh, I can't believe I have to go through this scary story. Me, who bought like 4 scary story mystery visual novel games on the Steam Summer Sale. Yeah. And I'll say this now for people that will probably leave before I finish or lurk later on, which is totally fine. Again, tomorrow will be an art stream, and then got some stuff planned for next week. But yeah. Today will be me reading. Me reading a lot of stuff. So I've got coffee, I've got water, I'll be hydrated, and I'll just be reading to you guys. So enjoy the Alley Cat audiobook hour, which will be 3 hours probably. Oh, thank you. Can I hydrate with coffee? Pre-game the visual novel. Story time, auntie, story time. Have I told you guys the one about the curse that burns people? That was a... Yeah, I feel like the first... No, I won't say much. I won't, because I know spoilerinos, but yeah, the first game, there was definitely a lot more like spooky bits right from the get-go in the first game, and I was kind of talking a bit last time about how, like, well, because it was the first game, and usually, you know, it's like a first episode or like a first movie thing where like they don't know if they're gonna get a second one, or like we gotta show people what it's about. So I could understand why it was like a very like get you into it really fast, whereas this one is kind of more slow and taking its time and like showing you what the location is, what the people are, what the place is about. Hello. And yeah, I don't think it's like this one's particularly going slow, but I was like surprised because the first, like looking back, the first one's like, whoa, okay, we're in it. So far that hasn't been like really spooky, scary stuff going on. But it made me think of it because of the first game. I was thinking like the beginning was pretty spooky, and then it wasn't really that scary for a while, and then it gets like really, it goes. It's real like highs and like mids. Yeah. Oh. Favorite type. So yeah. We'll see. I wonder how quickly we'll get into some of the deeper like curse stuff and the scary, spooky crime stuff. Okay, let's just setting stuff up. I will switch over the screen. And so for anyone who wants to lurk for spoiler reasons, now's your time to lurk. Yeah, the cast feels larger. The location feels larger too. I think even in the first game where it was kind of like and it's like a real location in Tokyo. It was kind of like city ward. It was still kind of very restricted to a couple places in that ward. Whereas this feels like, even though it is a small island, it feels like the whole island, or like we're kind of going from place to place to place already. Like we already have these sort of like branching paths and like different characters, and things are going on with these different characters that we don't really know how they're going to meet up or what they're doing or how much any of these characters know quite yet. So, yeah, I'm interested to see. Okay, let me switch over. Okay, here we are. Oh, wait, my volume. There we go. I think last time it was a little on the loud side. So let me know if the audio is like too loud or too soft this time around. Okay, just double checking some settings. Oh yeah, it should be good. Alright, so we have two branches for Yuza that we can go through, but I think okay, wait. That seems chronological. Right, so if we're kind of going through how they line up. So I was gonna go with continue Yumiko and see what's going on with her investigation, but if it's a little later, then I might want to continue with one of these. Hello, hello! Just started doing Paranormasight today. Cursed or Memories of the Last Summer? Let's do, this one seems a little, like, perhaps nicer. And I want to get to see, like, figure out what the, like, more about the characters, too. Wait, there was? I haven't heard about this. Was there? Is this, like, recent? Okay, now I'm looking this. I'm looking this up. Oh, huh. Okay. Yeah. I'm not... I don't, like, have the news on all the time or anything, but it's not like we miss news. But I have not heard anything about that until just now. But, I mean, like, we hear stuff about, you know, earthquakes and things like that, so... I feel like if it hasn't been widely talked about yet, then it's probably... Well, also, I'm quite far from that, so... Whoa. I was unaware. Yeah, if I was close, I would not be streaming right now. But wow, that's surprising. I'm surprised that I haven't heard that happened until now. Right. Memories of the last summer. The promised day arrives after their usual morning dive. The group of 4 meet at the dock. Merchants of Kamishima are extremely against Yuza becoming an Ama diver. Yuza believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Marami Nakuchi, is the reason for this and is also the key to finding the mermaid, so he begins a full-scale search. Ooh. This one sounds like nice. Well, maybe we start with this one. I don't know what the difference of these is. Yeah, if I was close to, like, a kind of natural disaster, I would not be streaming. I am also, the big earthquake that happened a while back, that I'm not into that either. Oh, let's try, yeah, Memories of the Last Summer. Remember that one time I streamed Paranormasight and we had like 3 earthquakes that day? And there was a 4th one after my stream? That was wild. Hey, Azami Yuza over here. Good timing, I just got back too. Well, Tsukasa, how'd it go? Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out. 2 whole scallops! Heck yeah. Yeah, but scallops are tasty. Seriously, Tsukasa, you don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops. Sure I do. That was hard work. You should be praising me. Say, Yuza, how many scalps did you get on your first dive again? 3, I think. Huh, not bad at all. You must have a talent for this, Yuza. I do like scallops. I wouldn't go that far. I bet Azami just picked a good spot. Hey, you're the one who snagged them. Don't sell yourself short, man. Listen to you two, buttering each other up. It's obvious from a mile off that you two make a great team. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. True, you always know the best thing to say, Sato. But for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops, then we could have had a feast. Huh, guess I should have seen that coming. I'm really liking all the characters so far. I think everyone so far has seemed really interesting and like fun. Oh yes, this art style is like so good. I don't think a Paranormasight stream goes by where I don't talk about how good the art is. But this artist is really, really good. I think it's Kobayashi Gen? I hope I'm getting that right. But I've really, really liked all the sprites so far. And the character design, I think like Tsukasa in particular has a really like unique kind of art design to her. She's like really cute, like big buck teeth are really cute. And this also does take place in like the 80s again. I love Azami. So what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you. Right, we promised we'd do whatever you wanted today. You name it, we'll make it happen. Right, so Tsukasa, so they live on a little island that's kind of far, like, off the mainland. So Tsukasa goes to school on the mainland, and she goes to, like, a boarding school, so she doesn't have to, like, take the boat back, you know, every day. But she comes over on, like, weekends and stuff like that. She kind of comes back a lot. But she essentially, like, lives off the island for school. And so she's leaving in a couple days. Now that's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea. Ooh, it sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that, just for fun. Yes. His art is really good. He's got a really cool, really clean style, and I think he's done other artworks for other Square Enix games, like World Ends With You, stuff like that. And he does post like kind of fan artworks that he does for Paranormasight. But just a really, really good art style. I think the lines are so good. The expressions are really good. I just really like, you know, I'm just looking. I keep talking because I really like Asami, because that's the type of character I really like. But I'm like, look at his arms. His arms are so good, and there's just really good shadows. There's really good definition. But I'm an arms appreciator. And Azami is very my type. So I'm like, yes! Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I even bought a new swimsuit for this. You've got one picked out too, right, Sato? Beach episode! Sure do. Then, after that, when it gets dark, let's set up some fireworks. Ooh, quintessential Japanese summer. Ooh, fireworks. And then, let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today. Okay, that sounds like really good though. Like super fresh seafood after fireworks. I really like the detail of the pupil being kind of pulled more towards the whites on the eyes when the characters look off to the side. Yeah. There's a lot of like just good detail work. And then especially like between the sprites is really nice. There's a lot of like, it doesn't just look like they just kind of move the eyes to the side or anything. It looks like an actual version of something. And then like when you get kind of more close-ups of these characters, like I really like the kind of brush line art, like these kind of brushed lines style is really nice. Actually like on the hair and like the outlines, these kind of like bolder outlines is really nice. Yeah, this is the soft coloring, but it's still like there's still like some harder shadows in places, like right under the chin and like right under the jawline. And like I was worried that the chromatic abrasion would be kind of too much in places, but I think it works really well, especially since it's kind of like, oh, it's a spooky story set in the 80s. I'm like, oh, actually this works really well, and it's not too like harsh that I'm distracted by it, or it makes it like hard to look at. Kind of on the contrary, it makes it a little like there's like a softness that's quite nice. Mouths are good too. Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Then let's do this. Die. What terrible thing will happen on this perfect little summer day? Ah, there's a shark, and it's coming this way! Better watch out, Azami! Haha, that was a close one, Azami. What the heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark. Yes! It's okay, I'll keep it pinned down! Just get out of here while you can! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! And here, check this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you, always! Sorry, Yuza, I don't really dig shark fins that much. I like how Azami has, like, this very cute swimsuit. Ugh, my heart. Ah, cute! Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds floating out on the surface. It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty. I do like Tsukasa is kind of like a bit more tan in places. Because that just makes sense. Aw, that shark's pretty cool. Yes! I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. But he's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. They're like shin deep in water. This is so cute. This is such a good CG. Heck, I was missing the Paranorma. That really is a good shark. I haven't missed too much. Because I keep getting distracted and talking about, like, the art style and the sprites and the characters and stuff. So we haven't gotten too far. We're just kind of, they're kind of having, like, a last hurrah party for Tsukasa before she leaves over to the mainland again. So they're having, like, a little beach episode. They're hanging out on the beach. They're having a barbecue. They're doing fireworks. And hopefully nothing goes wrong. Just sure hope nothing paranormal happens to the site. This beautiful site we're seeing. One grilled squid coming right up. Ah, don't throw it. It's piping hot. You're getting squid juice everywhere. Let's see how you like it. Catch the... Ow, 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 that's hot. Haha, you did that to yourself. Hey, check out this huge sea snail Tsukasa caught. It's massive. That girl's so pretty. I wonder what she's thinking about. Pretty girl in question. Damn, I really should have gotten the shark. That's right. I may still be a rookie when it comes to scallops, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. The soundtrack right now is kind of like... sad. Hey, can I borrow that lighter? Sure. Want some squid, too? Oh, so I can just grill it directly? Yeah, that's Kamashima's specialty, fireworks-style squid. Wait, you're actually doing it? Ah! Ah, the juice is going everywhere. It burns. Whoops, sorry, my hand slipped. You... There it is. The famous use a one-man show. This is cute. This is another really cute CG. Gosh, I hope nothing happens to ruin these precious summer memories. Okay, but like... I know I keep looking at Asami, but like, look at the shading! Look at this arm! This is such a good arm! Like, the definition on this arm is really nice, and then the shading right here, like, that's a good shape. It's good. Good neck. Mikasa is kind of perfect. Yeah, but seriously, between this and Splatoon Raiders, I want seafood so bad. Oh, well that's nice. That was the whole chapter. The whole chapter was just nice, it was just a nice summer memory. Surely nothing bad will happen in Cursed as well. The chapter called Cursed? Surely nothing will happen in there. I'm just gonna double check and kind of make sure. Right, we're gonna right, so if it dims, if the chapter is dim on the story chart, that means we have finished what we need to do there. There are two phases that must be completed to fully complete a chapter. If a chapter is finished while there are still tasks to be done, the chapter will not dim, but will instead remain lit up. So, I was like wondering if there's something, I was like, oh, is there something I'm supposed to like click? Like, do I do something that makes it different? I just wanted to check and make sure that that was it. Also, I did, when I was like closing up the game and making sure I was saving stuff last time, I did find another bird. So let me show you that one, I believe. Was it this one? Picked some good summer games. Well, at first I was like... Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to do Paranormasight now because... Right, it takes place on an island. And I do think it's also, like, now. Like, August 6th, August 7th, August 8th is, like, when the story is starting. Yeah, the curse is referring to Yuzu just getting all the grilled squid juices burning his arm. This one still is really good. Maverick Manny. We gotta keep an eye out for the birds. Okay, so you can continue with them. I think if this is chronological, then we will do Yuza first and see what's going on when he's first. I am curious about how this happens, like, I guess presumably at the same time. Like, one is one path, one set of decisions, and the one is the other. True, if there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what old man Wakamura and Suyu have to say about all this, too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. I miss the jazzy detective songs that we get with the detectives, but I guess we get, like, real Showa rock in this. Oh, there's a lot of places we can go. And we can go here, but, like, would we want to? Let's see what happens if we do. I don't know how serious it is, and like, oh, you wasted time and now you can't go ask anyone. Seems like there's a bit of commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask? Oh, I didn't look. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look at the table. I have to look at... Yeah. Okay, this game is... The start of this game has been telling me to, like, look at everything all the time. That'd be great. Thanks. Hey, what's up? Did something happen? Oh, if it isn't Azami. I don't know if you heard, but... 15 minutes later. Oh, maybe timing does matter. Welcome back. Man, once they got started, they never stopped talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things? Do you want the normal news first, or the worrying news? Normal news. How about the normal news? That's a way to put it. It's not good news or bad news. It's like normal news and worrying news. So we've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual. But what's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Oh, really? I hear that Isekaran Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. And get this. Apparently they said they've come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we were looking into them too. How is that normal news? This is extremely... This is very related to what you're doing right now. This is normal news. And that's not all. For some reason, they were asking about your mom, Mare Minakuchi, too. That was that normal news! What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still in Kamishima at least, though the question is where. Well, I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are, right? Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. On the lookout for 2 white people. Okay, what's the worrying news? Let's hear the worrying news. Okay, then. There are reports that 2 Alma divers... Okay, that is worrying. I was thinking, like, it was probably something more normal, like, to their everyday life. There are reports that 2 Alma divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ichika town on the mainland. Oh, were they diving accidents or something? I guess so? Seems it's still under investigation, though. The sea hasn't been that rough lately. But I guess it is a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Alma divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ichika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, that's definitely worrying news. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're gonna get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. Okay, looking around. I don't get this. You can, like, poke this little keychain around, but I, like, want it. I'm wondering if, like, at some point in the game we need this, so we can, like, go to the map and just take it or something. It's the mascot of their town. And I think they're making, like, real-life merchandise like this soon, so I kind of want it. Well, if that gave us something, then I might as well check the other places, too. Howdy, Sheriff. Good to hear. Nice to see you. Oh, so yeah, it's like August 7th, and today is like, for me, is like August 6th, so yeah, perfect timing. Well, if it isn't Shotaro. Hey there, you two. Just the men I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Dot, dot, dot. Sato? No, I haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. They all have these pouty faces. She didn't show? Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure it was just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. Can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Oh, pardon me. It's nothing for you two to worry about. By the way, Yuza, I hear you've become an Alma diver? Oh, yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent, leave. Haha, oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it! Do you know why everyone keeps saying Yuza's mom was a bad omen, Shotaro? Oh, yes. What was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? Just comes out and says it. Good night, Jakey. The what? Raging Waves? Raging Waves curse bearer! Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you'd think it means, and the curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. My old man was going on about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. This is a really funny face for, like, a guy that's supposed to be mega hot. Huh, but I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. There we go. Pretty curious about what Shotaro said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? Do people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamura what he knows. It's worth a shot, at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. Alright, let's go to Tori now. Huh? Ah. Wah. Tsukasa, Sato, what's going on? Well... I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here. Hey! What was that all about? Something was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. What the hell could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato says she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True, we shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. They're good boys. Still. I get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shotaro we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Cool. Let's go to my house first. Grandma! Welcome back, Isa. Oh, and Azami's here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, didn't you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Gran, about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Alma diver, but found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, Chie and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay them any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? So, the art style is also really, really good for characters that are just, like, older and just, like, have different... the variety of characters. You sure it's okay? No point fretting over pointless details, is what I always say. My grandma, Minakuchi Suyu. Tsuyumi Noguchi, 63. Yuzumi Noguchi's paternal grandmother and a former ama diver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the finer details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best ama divers on Kamishima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rivalry with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minoguchi was 3 years old. Oh, end conversation. Underwater gathering tips. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran? Advice, huh? Let me see. If you're looking to get a higher score in a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. If you manage to nab a big catch, switching your focus to bringing in as many small catches as possible should get you a good result. I see. That would be a great help. Added that to my diving tips file. More. You wouldn't happen to have any other diving tips for me, would you? Well now, bold as brass, aren't we? But I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas when diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean, with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones. So the more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be. Got it. A whopper of a catch could still be hiding in a barren zone, of course, so always keep an eye out on your surroundings. Cool. I'm gonna go diving at some point. Use condition. Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Was everything okay? How are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. She really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. She's nice. Again? Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. That won't come up soon. Huh, I had no idea. I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. I'm always happy to help, you know? There's no need to depend on others so much. I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know? And besides, she does a much better job at cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza. See? I do my best to be a good grandson, and this is the thanks I get. That was fun. Working as an ama diver. Must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. I never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now, for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. But are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I can think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of things, to the bottom of things there if possible. It's going to affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. Sure there's not some practical You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I can think of. The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Does that have been in, italics or something? Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom. But I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? Oh. Ooh. So, how did your dive out on the bay go? The dive went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson, Yuza. But in truth, I'm a living legend, Kameshima's patron saint of diving. Well now, that does sound impressive. Though I think living legend is a bit much, I'd rate you as a legend in training at best. Ugh, you could tell all that with just a single glance? I know a greenhorn when I see one. Come back when you've spent a bit more time in the sea, huh? But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an diver will have to wait. No need to fret, I'm sure that that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, huh? Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mare's outfit, huh? Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in Mom's clothes at this age. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Use a roasting session. Damn, has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? Nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. It doesn't make you any less charming. Can't really think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom. Well... Alright, I'll be honest with you. Mare wasn't actually human. Okay. Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait. Don't tell me you believe that. Can't you boys take a joke? I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Hey, people have just been talking. Oh, people have been here saying they're here to look for mermaids and stuff. Wait, you were joking? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you, but you sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that, I have nothing more to teach you, young Yuza. Oh, and here I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. She's set on giving us the slip. We're not going to get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information. You heard me say this before, but Mare found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up in was quite different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think of for the beef the others had with her. Okay. We're going out again for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? Gonna get more information. Alright, sir. Ah, old man Wakamura, you mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today. What now? Azami and the Minakuchi boy? I heard from Chie you two went out in the bay to do some diving earlier. Family visits turn into humiliation rituals if you bring a friend along like that. True. Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an diver? Huh? Thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking into Mare Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? Ugh. I don't really know what either would give me, like... I don't really know why he's asking me this. We've been asking, alright. To be honest, we have been asking around. I guess there's no hiding it from you. Yuza, are you sure this is okay? Probably best to be honest about things now, Azami. Just like you said, we've been trying to find out more about my mom. I knew it. Anyway, my point is... no more sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, got it? And most of all, no becoming a diver. Local magnate Shinobu Wakamura. So, if I give up on becoming an Ama diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? All this sniffing around you're doing sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about all this business, not me. She's gotta know more than I do. Oh? So Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Rain says she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Huh. She even said that to you? What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Suyu's always been tight-lipped about Mari Minakuchi. Where she came from, what her deal was. So you've been saying Yuzu's mom was to blame for that massive storm even though you don't know for sure? Suyu ain't said nothing to deny it. Speaks for itself, don't it? If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. Okay. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves Curse Bearer? What is the Raging Waves Curse Bearer? Well, where'd you hear about that? It's gotta be Shotaro. Boy never could keep his mouth shut. I heard it's some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Something like that really exists? It does! The Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse. The curse of the Raging Waves? And your mother, Mari Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy. What? My mom would never have done something like that. Just because you don't remember, don't mean she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say, but it don't make a difference either way. I don't get how you can say Mrs. Made was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof? Proof? I've got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need. A sorcerer? You're basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. I don't have time to butt heads with you two. But I know what I'm saying is the honest truth. Looks like there's no point trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming, and that storm is caused by a curse? Of course I do. Some fellas who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact. The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse? Like woo-woo wizard. I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit. But even you two must have noticed that the rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof of the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger. So that's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for a storm? Sure is. Naturally, I can't just come out and say it's because of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go on the water in these circumstances. Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. We can't keep off the sea forever. You're darn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible. Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though? Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this will change your minds. A long time back, there used to be another island to the south of here. Taishima, it was called. Taishima? It's the first I've heard of it. They say it was devastated by an earthquake and a tsunami nearly 400 years ago. But the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there. The murdered islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves. And the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all. Is that true? That curse is still roiling around about in the seas near here to this very day. Just one little push and that storm can come barreling down on Kamishima next. A push? Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as... someone with ties to those raiders. Say, a descendant of theirs drawing near to where Taishima was. A descendant? Wait, you're saying my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima? Sure am, and as her son, you share her blood. But how could that... Only natural everyone would see you as a bad omen, no? I really didn't want you back on the island, you know? You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say. Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in the tales passed down between residents of the Iseshima area. Are you saying the reason the curse of the raging waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? Nah, there were signs even before you came back. The direct cause was probably something else. That still don't change the fact that you're a bad omen, though. Ah. How are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? And that's all I'm gonna say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put. I'm a very thumb-shaped man. Seems like that's all we're gonna get out of him. But maybe we could ask Suyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. I was gonna check if there's like some wacky thing on the table. Oopsie, no. Wait, no. I didn't mean to click that. My mouse slip, mouse slip. Oh, was there something else you needed to use, Yeah, I'm gonna talk about curses. By the way, Gran, we just went to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there's something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off recently, you see? Please don't say that. A lot of Alma divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So... do you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Wow, I'm impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. Me right now. So you have heard of it before? Oh drat, me and my big mouth. He said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse, or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you two the truth. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up and around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the Southern Bay later, once the sun's gone down. Right, thanks, Gran. Can't tell us about it now? Think it'd be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be... Yuza's like, cool, great! Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown, but if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? Okay, yeah, I'll tell you the truth. Come to the waters when the sun comes down. It's like, yeah, sounds good. No need to rush now. I'll tell you everything later. You'll want to prepare yourself for this one. Okay. We're going out again for a bit. Okay, what? I mean, I got my information. I'm not sure what else they want me to do here. Okay, Grandma, we'll meet you in this spooky location where nothing bad happens at night. So that you can tell us about secrets and curses. Oh, looks like Kiko's back. Wanna try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. What now? I've had my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun? Got any ideas, Yuza? This is the face that someone makes when you're like, talk about something fun, and you're like, I've never had fun in my life. Ferris wheel. Well, how about this? Boxes. None of these are fun. Boxes. Oh wait, there was actually something to talk about. Boxes. I thought it was like, I can't think of anything. Box. Not those boxes we helped you with just now. What was the delivery everyone was expecting? Right. Like when we first see her, she's like, she asks us for help and like moving these kind of shipping boxes inside. Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? You wanna know? I'll bet Azami's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. That's cute. He's wearing like the t-shirt of his home. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima. Hey, you like boxes? Tourists seem to love that shirt too. You're wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. Like, I want this shirt. It's like kind of cool. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this. What is that? A hand mirror? He looks tired. Bingo! A specially made hand mirror with a Kamishimaru design on the back. So, what do you think? Looks great. Why did you go with another hand mirror, though? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. Oh, that's cool. With all these people living on the island and surrounded by the sea, I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to Ama divers around the island since yesterday. I told them it was a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck. Oh, so everyone has one? That's kind of nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an Ama diver now too, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? But I... Oh, right. I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We've got plenty, so you should take one too. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Hand mirror acquired. This is... I can feel it. I can feel it. This is gonna be... They're gonna make me, like, use the mirror and move it around the camera and, like, see ghosts in it and stuff. Yeah! It's no big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means Azami's getting one as well. Here you go. Wow, really? I'm always down for more Kamishimaru merch. He's like me for real. I love mascot merchandise. The hands are always so nice. Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too. That's certainly coming up soon. We're not done with boxes. Everyone else was pretty happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seemed to like it, Yuza. So she'd be sure to use it from now on. Really? I'm glad to hear it. Kamishimaru! Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. Yeah? He's good! Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kamishimaru, Kikuko? He looked tired. Nope. Can't take the credit for that one. Oh, right. I forgot you didn't know, Yuza. Know what? At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Okay, Tsukasa's like perfect. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan games. Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this? I only heard about that after the fact, too. I didn't know she was so good at drawing. It's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression. Look, he looks tired. Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Azami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut. I just didn't want Tsukasa's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it. I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth. How interesting. I'm glad I asked. Oh, he gets a whole page. I saw this game once and thought the presentation was so good. It is a really, really nice looking game. But I also super recommend it if you just like mysteries and visual novels. I really, really, really liked the first one. We haven't gotten too deep into the mysteries yet for this one, but so far I'm really enjoying it. Just the artwork in both games is super, super nice. And it's quite easy to like navigate. Mascot character created specifically for Kamishima as part of the local youth organization's efforts to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa Awao, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise sold in shops on the island, including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves charmed by the turtle character's peculiar sleepy expression, even so that its merchandise is often in short supply. Me? I am one of the tourists that is charmed by the turtle's sleepy expression. That's just a good little guy. There's a bunch of Kamishimari merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want any, just let me know. I want them. Do you have any tips that might help when diving? Hey now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh, no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful. The basics, huh? How about this, then? Sometimes your foot can get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. This mini-game is more in-depth than I thought. So being too focused on your catch can get you in trouble. That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? Thanks. I'll be careful. If I'm ever allowed to go diving again, that is. That's all I've got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Suyu. Okay. I feel like some of these are not fun topics at all, so we'll save those. Did you go diving today as well, Kikuko? Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat out into the bay from the northern shore, but it didn't end up with much. To show for it. North Sea, huh? Didn't anyone go with you? No, I went by myself. Why do you ask? No particular reason. Just taking notes for later. I see. You're really serious about becoming a Nama diver, huh? It'd be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now. It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough. Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay? He's nice. By the way, Yusa, how much practice did you manage to get in today? Enough to not be a complete beginner anymore, I think. Right on. You definitely have potential. That much is for sure. Wow, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him. Hey, I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, I'll give you a special prize. Whoa, isn't that great, Yusa? What was your highest score today again? Like 600? Let's see. I think it was 296 points. Oof, I'm afraid you weren't quite up to snuff. Too bad. I have brought shame to my name as the patron saint of diving. Once you become a proper Ama diver, I'll tell you all the good diving spots I know. I gotta go, like, dive more, I guess. By the way, have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that we're supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec. Foreign tourists? Here? Today? No way! What did they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Hey now, you two had better not be thinking of following them around and gawp. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? Okay, we will. Man, I sure hope I run into those foreigners before they leave. She's not even trying to hide what she really thinks anymore. Curses. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves? Nope, never heard of it. What is it? Well, I went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now. Wait, so you mean a disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's he on about, trying to pass things off as some occult tripe? Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish. Well... did seem pretty believable. Oh, please, he's obviously feeding you a lot of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into this shady sorcerer recently. Hi, Hidaka. A sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. That's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say he's been behaving oddly recently. What have I missed? I was napping after eating too much mac and cheese. Ooh, now I also want mac and cheese. We had a little beach episode. There was a short little chapter where the friends hang out, and that was really nice, and nothing bad happened. But now we are asking around town, and grandma about curses and, like, why does everyone hate my mom? The one big bit of info we got is that there was a island nearby, like 400 years ago, and raiders came to the island and just, like, pillaged and slaughtered everyone. And the residents used the curse of the raging waves to swallow up the island, raiders and all, and was hit with, like, an earthquake and a tsunami, and now the island's gone. And so the people on this island think that the curse of the raging waves that took out that island would happen to Kamishima if, like, bad things and, like, these bad omens continue to happen. So that's why they don't want, like, Yuza to go out diving again, because they think his mother might be a descendant of, like, those raiders that came to the island. And so, like, him being out in the water and, like, being close to the ocean will, like, trigger the curse again. And a lot of it has just been, like, hints and hints and hints of stuff of, like, some characters being like, hey, have you seen so-and-so character? And these kinds of things. That will surely come up later. Even Shotaro thinks so? Then that's gotta be it. So it's just a hoax? I want to play Hotel Dust so bad! But I want to play it on the DS! I want to fold my DS! You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Missing Ama divers. Have you heard about the 2 Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared, one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. You think they were just accidents? Well, some of the other divers think it's a sign that something bad's gonna happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yusa. If we start bringing it up, people get suspicious. That's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think that they're probably just unfortunate accidents. Thanks for not thinking that I'm a curse. I hope they're both found safe and sound. No, I guess that's... yeah, okay. Oh, was that all? Yeah, we talked for like 20 minutes. I'll be getting back to work then. Yeah, she's really cool. Every character has like a really nice, cool look to them. I don't know what else they want me to do here. I feel like I've just about talked to everyone. I don't think we're gonna get any more info here. Let's try somewhere else. I don't know if they want me to go back to people I was supposed to talk to after getting like info from one, info from the other. Oh, Chie. You two again? Still wandering around poking your noses into business shouldn't be? How's about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Mitakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, huh? For my sake? You managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call it a miracle, even. It wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier. Ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. I can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's best you let sleeping dogs lie. Oh. Underwater gathering tips. Yeah, we're playing Yuza. Said it before, and I'll say it again. No diving! My stance there hasn't changed a bit. You hear me? Damn, I guess that's that. By the way, where'd you go diving today? Well, so there has been protag jumping, but this one particular chapter has been quite long, I guess, in the way that we are doing a lot of information gathering. We have played, one little chapter as Tsukasa, and we have played a couple as Yumiko, who is, I guess the, she is the, like, from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, and she's got a partner, and they are here on investigating things, but like investigating different things. A whole bunch of like crazy mermaid stuff is happening. Yuzo wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island. Say what? What were you thinking, diving into the southern sea of southern sea of all places? You got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago. Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take a look at the chance. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects. Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. But that strange rumbling I told you about is coming from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright? Alright. Ain't gonna get nothing from me there. Okay. Chie, we heard that 2 Alma divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident. You heard right. Do you think that's a bad omen as well? I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another? It tells me there's something off with the sea itself. Something's going on in the sea around these parts, mark my words. Tell me about those... Daikokuchin. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Have those 2 foreign tourists come by here at all? Sure did. Saw them just now, actually. What? Do you know where they went? Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse, from what I could tell. Yeah, there's two, like, white people, foreign tourists that have come to the island, and we are concerned about them being, like, we're looking for them because we heard from other people that they were going around asking about, like, mermaids and stuff. And they're like, here to find mermaids. And so we're like, what? That could have something to do with us. So we're trying to find them. Looks like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell. The lighthouse, huh? Gotcha. Cool. We'll read this more if we need to later. Don't go following them around just because we don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear? Okay. Raging waves. Is this how about how Yuzu's mom caused that curse? The curse of the raging waves or whatever? What were they searching for? Those paranormal guys? The mermaid's curse? Wait! Say that again! I'm Square, and this is my partner, ENIX. And we're here to present is a pair of normal sights. So you already know. I heard it all from Shinobu, I wager. You believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie? Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. I'm not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything. There's obviously something up with Mare Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck. Maybe, might be I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. We all done here? You two should leave dealing with island matters to Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear? Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Dog, where do you want me to go? Oh, lighthouse. Right. Let me... Can I double check and make sure? No one's here. Okay. Let's see. I don't think there's any... We're gonna get anything else from here, but might as well check. Probably just yell at us. Completely clammed up. I doubt we'll be able to crack that shell. Let's try somewhere else. Okay. Lighthouse. August 7th. Today's August 6th. Oh, looks like we found them. That looks like them, all right. Hey, look. Daiji. Excuse me? Oh, hello. You rang. Whoa, Jim's in this game. John Foreigner. Guy John. Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here to talk to us? Welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? Why is he the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk? Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. It's probably safe to assume you know we've been making the rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way up here to meet us, which means... I've got it! We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel. This is a really good pose. Whoa, this guy's awesome! Oh no, he's great! Actually, no. The bitter taste of failure, and thus does my stint as aspiring detective end in... No, how do I pronounce this word?
Ignominy.
Thank you. This man had better stay okay through this. I'd say that whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least. Don't worry, he's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time. I see, he must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh-ho, asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you, yes. My name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. Hey, I love this guy, and also he's kind of hot. Tourist. This guy looks like if Slayer from Guilty Gear was normal. Ooh, I see that. Also, Slayer is great. I love a wife man, a wife guy. Okay then, Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? It's just a wife guy. Not quite, Miss... Oh, it's Kirka, right? It's like, it's Kirka? Maybe? Maybe? I think? Kirka? Wait, Kirka, a lunar light. Here is a distant relative of mine. Is it, am I pronouncing it right? I think it's Kirka? Yes, Miss Kirka Lunar Light would be me. Nice to meet you. Give me the Guilty Gear mod of us. Is it Cersei? Okay, so it's Cersei. Okay, I thought it was I thinking, like, will I go into Greek, maybe? Or no, not. Okay. I'll say Cersei's kind of easier to say anyway, so I'll go Cersei. I mean, that's probably, like, right, what it's referencing anyway. Okay, I'll go Cersei. I'm Yuzumi Nikuchi, the resident of Kamishima, and this is... Azami Kumoi. Nice to meet ya. Yuza and Azami, eh? The pleasure's mine. Wait, Minakuchi? I want to know everything about you guys. Oh, so we've piqued your interest, have we? I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic, from Bonnie, England to vast America. Not that any of his books sell at all. That's right, for some reason no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? I earn more as an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now? Humbug, I say. Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. I see. In any case, I'm just your average free spirit, footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed? Humbug, I say! Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug. I'm good, actually. Thanks. Impressive as it is, I concede doing this pose 3 times. Might have been a bit much. Yes. Whoa, they got Herlock Sholmes in this game. This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself with a pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young Cersei here has just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide. Your guide? Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and such a pleasure to converse with as well. Isashima is a deeply spiritual region full of sacred places I'd always wanted to visit. Ooh. Oh, we can play him! We get to play him! Oops, I did not read that. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. In fact, I think it did a bit. Must have been really excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places? Of course, it wasn't called the land that repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know? The land whither what? What's this? You've never heard it called that? She got big eyebrows. Good. It said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the Empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. Ami? She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some describe it as a perpetual paradise. We talked about it before last stream, but I was saying that like it's really hard for me to read Amaterasu as anything but Yukiko's Amaterasu, and like it's really hard for me to not say it. And then the way I've been avoiding it is by saying Ami like in Okami. It's just like my brain just like has the disconnect. Like, wait, we know how to say this. Well, you're gonna have to slow down there a bit. So, what does that mean exactly? Please, I clocked that. Yep. We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? Oh, yeah, I think I remember, sorta. Basically, Ise is such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right? Exactly. It has such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long. Aha. But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if our noses kept blinging all the time. One thing's for sure, though. You seem to really like Isashima. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that. Okay. Arnav Barnum, author slash occult journalist, 40 years old, nickname Avi, a fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they apparently don't sell well. Unmarried, he has apparently come to Japan in search of mermaids. Insane character profile. Hi, thank you. Thanks for popping in. We're playing Paranormasight, which is a horror mystery visual novel. Right now it's been a little less horror and a lot more, well, it's not even been heavy on the mystery yet, it's just been funny. But I hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Seriously, Lunar Light. Exchange student, 15 years old, a young girl from England, currently on exchange in Japan. She seems to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Will you be staying on Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places. Ah, we've actually already booked a guest house back on the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this. Oh, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh? Reason for visiting. So what brings you to Kamishima today? I'm glad you asked, young Yuza. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down on this island, would there? It just comes in the frame like that. So you really are looking for mermaids? Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature. Sure, we know that much at least. Ah, then I may be able to provide a... Wait. Okay. It's modicum, right? I'm now doubting how I pronounce every word. I may be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject. Additional information? Whoa! Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. The size of an average human woman. It's thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Wait. Thank you, Hijaka. I see it though, thank you. It's modicum. Like Modica Magica. Yes. Modic. I was like, because it was more confused, like, is it modicum or is it modicum? Or is it like modicum? You know, I was like, the more I thought about it, like, I don't know, do you ever get that? If you think, like, oh, I know how to pronounce this word, but then you think about it for, like a millisecond, and you're like, do I know how to say this word? And then you start thinking about, like, what are the other possible ways I could possibly pronounce this word? And then you start forgetting all of them. I must remind everyone that I'm actually a writer of my own verbiage. Their claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Anderson's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge. Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too, a typical mermaid, right? Ah, but the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different. This mermaid has only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. It appears it was seen more as an evil spirit or a yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human. Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh? This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you. Let me, it's like, move this a little bit. I don't know. I know it's getting cut off, but I'm trying to let you see more of it. One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid. I literally was like, watched an X-Files kind of episode that was like this. After all, there were also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years. Different types of mermaids, huh? Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human. It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, and then the whole concept gets treated as occult malarkey. Occult malarkey. I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Avi. But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Ba ba ba. This is all very compelling. Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter. I think it's very moe. His look in particular is given a little Ryan Gosling. And that brings me to but like in The Nice Guys. And that brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you? Excuse me, go police? We found them. Unfortunately, I've never heard of any folklore about mermaids here. I see. That would align with the answers we've received to our other inquiries thus far. And it would seem our investigation has branded us as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear. Well, it's probably not just because of that. I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now? I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids. Pretty sure that's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very vocal minority, yeah? Aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations. I'm just skimming. Okay, it's just talking about like these are examples. If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here? An excellent question. I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists. Taishima? Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago. 3 of them, and you even know their names? Yes. Kamishima, turtle, and island. We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. Seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which would obviously lead one to believe something is being concealed. On that note, did you know that records remain of several other sightings of mermaids in Ise Bay? What? Really? That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Ise City, both of which border Ise Bay. Whoa, I had no idea. I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested. Ise Bay mermaid legend, the mermaids of Betsuho. According to the Kokon Shomonju, a collection of notable tales old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuho in Ise Province, modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawage Town, and Sioux City. The mermaid of Futami Gaora. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki and the ancient annals of Horyuji Temple, covering the later half of the Kamakura period to the Nambokcho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sighting in Futami, Ise Province, modern-day Futami Town, Ise City. In the second year of the Enbun era, the mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of characters affiliated with long life. Ano Town's Yaobikuni. Though the exact time period is unclear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano Town of Age District. Age District, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become the Yaobikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. The 3 mermaids of Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Abe's research, 3 mermaids, Sobae, Nakame, and Hayase, particularly lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Thanks, this is all very interesting. Mermaids. Which type of mermaid are you looking for, Avi? Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids. Fish mermaids? But the mermaids sighted around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well. By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right? Indeed, the ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids, or that's what I call them anyway. I see. I don't know whether that makes it easier to understand or more complicated. In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right? Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people. Oh, I wonder. How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu? Yes. Ryugu? Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? I want a fishwife. Just so, it could well be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale. Whoa, I was right? Yeah, okay, so some of you guys might not know this. So there is a... maybe I should just read this. Oh wait, it's kind of long. Let me skim this. So it's Urashima Taro is a fairy tale. It's about a fisherman who finds a turtle on the beach that's being like bullied and like literally bullied by other people. Like they're kicking sand and him and being awful. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fairy tale, so it's a reference in a lot of things. So you'll probably know it from like other games and stuff. But if you don't, yeah, so he finds this turtle, he rescues him, and as thanks, they're like, come to Ryugu Palace, the legend, a beautiful, beautiful undersea palace of the Dragon King. And he goes, and the Princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, and like One Piece references this, like everything. Like if there is, I mean, the Pokopia update, the underwater stuff with like all like the new furniture sets and stuff, that's also Ryugu Palace. So it's like, if it's underwater, you're probably gonna get some reference to it. Yeah, so then Otohime receives him, and it's like this great banquet and feast, and it's wonderful and amazing, and just like super, super cool and good. he's like partying, but he misses home and he wants to go home. Otohime is like, okay, you can go home, but here, take this. It's this like treasure box type thing. But it's like, no, don't open it. He goes back on the turtle. And, yes, I'm just trying to get the order of events right. He comes home and he realizes that, like, everything's different. And it's because he's been in Ryugu Palace for, like, 100 years. He's been partying. Like, he thought he was just there for, like, a day or, like, a week. But he was there for, like, 100 years. And so everything's different and wrong and bad. And, well, not bad, but it's, like, right, it's been 100 years. So overcome with despair, Taro turned to the Tamatebako. Had been gifted with a final grasp at hope. He opened the box, and a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instant, 100 years that has passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. Yeah. So it's like a sad fairy tale, but we always kind of just focus on the cool, fun part, and like the palace and all the cool stuff. And also like there's a dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV that's basically this. You go underwater and you do that, and then you have to, like, to avoid one of the boss's mechanics, you have to open the box and become old, and you walk around like an old person for, like, you know, a minute. And if you accidentally do it too early and then you get hit and then you're like an old person, you just gotta, like, kind of walk around the edge. Like, well, this is my life now. That boss is really is silly. But yes. So it's always a reference to this, to Urashima Taro. The Ryu, dragon, surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. Every time we're in there, me and some friends absolutely go old each time we touch. Look at him! He's so old! Oh, yes. Yeah, Sekiro sort of has... I mean, it's like, it's sort of that. I feel like Sekiro is a bit different because... Well, I don't know. I would think it's very, very similar. It's like... we become old because the fish people, like, suck our life out. And we get enfeebled. But I do think, that kind of allusion to this very beautiful palace and, like, the promise of immortality, and all the water imagery and the fish and everything, that it's like very, very, very similar. I don't think it's like exactly Ryugu Palace, but it's like, it's basically that. It's like, right, if you had a story where things like transform and become like a magical palace and a carriage and stuff, and it's midnight, but it's like close enough to Cinderella, but it's not quite Cinderella, but it's like, you know, it's still that feeling, that fairy tale feeling. But I think also in the way of like, yeah, that can't be good, that can't be right, like there's something messed up here, which I think is what Sekiro was going for. Anyway, this would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King. Huh, I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else. Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime. Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in the tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she? Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale, so she was actually a priestess? A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu. It's said that they were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids! Oh. But what's that I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then, take it away, Cersei. Oh, right, as a matter of fact. Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the eternal world I mentioned earlier. Whoa, really? In other words, sea around Issei, which is said to consist of waves from the eternal world, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is home to the Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans. Even in their tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tametsubaku. Oh. If the story had its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think? I see, so that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh. Oh ho ho, you see! Intriguing, is it not? But how would you even get to Ryugu? Aha! What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? That's right, a turtle, or Kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon? Oh, Kameshima! And there you have the reason for our visit. So you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kameshima? Could Kameshima really have some sort of link to Ryugu? Let me skim this. Kind of what we already know. By the way, Yuza. Yes? You said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct? Yes, that's right. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi? Huh? These like extreme close-ups on him are really funny. Mare Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago. I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago. You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Could she have had some sort of connection to mermaids? Well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure. Please, tell me, I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know. Well now, you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that suggests some connection between mermaids and Mare Minakuchi. A rumor? From where? Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you. I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taishima home. What? So someone survived a disaster that sunk Taishima, and their descendants are still around today? Long story short, yes. Isn't this fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima. I see. By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience? Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have. Yuza. Yeah, this is our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see... Oh. You were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother? Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it will probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive. Oh, no, on the contrary, I find it very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask? Why? There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since! What? No way! That would fit perfectly with our theory. Haha, color me surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way. But it would be very interesting if that was the case. Ugh. Sorry, Abby. I think I'm at my limit. Oh my, that bad, is it? Is something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today. Now that you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we found. If you could stay just a bit longer. Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too. The little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not going to get another nosebleed? If you're feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you, I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching. A calamity? You can't mean... Ah, I forgot to mention! Young Cersei here is a bit sensitive to things that in that sphere, if you catch my drift. Okay. But... As reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared. And never fear, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yuza. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I love them. Avi. You rang? Like 5 feet away. If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please? Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well, if I hear anything else, I'll be sure to let you know. Give me your contact information, perhaps? You mean someone named Cersei Lunarlight is associated with magic? No. She dresses like that? Man, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. We managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be a bit tough. I really need that information by tomorrow, though. Yeah, why is he on a time limit? I think that's the thing that's really confusing. Man, where else do we want me to go? This is such a long chapter. I guess this is where we're getting, like, a ton of the exposition and meeting other characters and stuff. Oh, right. Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we've learned so far? Yeah, good idea. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders. Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves, or something like that. And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it. Not everyone on the island believes in it, though. Kikuko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all. Yeah. We also managed to speak with those 2 foreigners who were looking for mermaids. They sure were full of surprises. There's also that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed, and that one of them assumed human form. I never thought we'd find something to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else we may have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those 3 living near Taishima. We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from. Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an otherworldly place called Ryugu. If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she should know about the curse of raging waves, right? Do you think that means the curse is real, after all? Oh! Azami, I just realized something. Yeah? If the Curse of the Raging Waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't that mean its curse bearer is still around today? Oh, damn, you're right. But your mom is, well, not with us anymore. Mr. Wakamura seems to think I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing too. Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were. So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real anyway. Yeah. Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things. You mean what she's planning to tell us at the beach tonight, yeah? Yeah, that... Hmm? What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street. I think I heard screaming. Ooh, that's a new little... That's new. That music is new. Let's go! Okay, we're... Okay. Ah! 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 Why? Why? Alright, what's going on? What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on? I don't... We were just... But then Sato just... Yuzo, look over there! What? Ah! Oh! Sato, there's blood everywhere! What happened? She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead? Sato just suddenly... We were just... But then she got cut down. Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening? Whoa! Sato, her wound is... The wound is gone? Ah, Sato! Sato, are you okay? Sato! Oh! Oh! The exact time period is unclear. Legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in Ano town of Age district who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yaobikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. Ooh, that was a little scary. When the game puts you into like the menu by itself and you're like, what? I'll never not get got by that. Whoa! Don't do that! Why is it always so scary? Right, so, yeah, like, when we did the little prologue bit and I completely missed that I was supposed to find something in the diving little mini game, which I thought was just the tutorial at the start, it does kind of show, kind of flash forwards through a bunch of stuff, and it was, Yuzo was seeing all these, it was always like women too, and it was like Chie and Kikuko with that same like slash right in the like the front of their body, like the torso is just like one sideways slash through. But we didn't learn anything about it, just that it happened and was like, this is happening. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. I was wondering like, when do we get this stuff? Because yeah, and I was saying, like, on the first stream when we started this, I don't expect them to do kind of the exact same, like, gimmicks, and I don't mean that in like a bad way, but like oh, this is gimmicky, but gimmicks as in like mechanics. I don't expect them to do the same ones that the first game had us do, and it definitely already starts a little different. Where right from the get-go in the first game, they kind of pull this little, not a trick, but they do something, and it's like, oh, okay, I was supposed to catch that, and like doing this makes me realize like how they want me to go through this game and how they want me to go through the story. And I feel like we haven't really gotten anything as like, I want to say obvious as this, as that quite yet. But I do like that they just kind of kept zooming in on this, and I probably should have maybe caught that. Yes, yeah. It is really cool. And it is always like, I don't know. It's not like particular like, oh no, scary, but there's just something about like, no, I'm supposed to be the one that goes into the menu. That was really cool. Yeah. I liked that. That was a neat little scene. I did think something was definitely going to be up with her, and they always kind of introduced her as this character of like, well, she's a little mysterious, but I didn't think that was going to happen. That was all one chapter. So we haven't gotten what we need to for Avi's yet. I don't know why Yumiko's name is in red. As in, like, I thought it was maybe if we had open chapters to do, but, I mean, Yuza's name isn't red, so I didn't know if this was, like, its recollections, or the timing thing, or, like, because she hasn't met up with the other characters yet, or something. I'm not quite sure. I do kind of want to, like, see what's going on, but I'm also afraid it's going to be really... Because this might be really long, too, but we already... So we did this one. This was the first one. It took us back to this one, and now it's bringing us here. So we haven't even reached like our starting point yet. I do want to do one more because that was one really long chapter. Let's do Yumiko. Let's see what she's up to. Mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Etiquette town. While Yumiko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. So Yumiko is she is a part of the Paranormal and Affairs Bureau, and she is here with her assistant, investigating some kind of like 3 different things. Some stuff is happening, and a mermaid-like corpse has washed up, or it's like floating in the bay. And there's just some weird stuff that's happening. But these characters are also really fun. So these previous chapters have all been really short, and this one was the first like really long one. So hopefully this one's not too long, and we can just do one more. But it's been really interesting. It's strange to me that they're saying that the date is unknown. Why is the date unknown? Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man. Not like I have much choice when it's some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Security Division, was it? Huh, and here I thought you were just some housemaid. Are you sure you're from the police and that getup? This guy's got a really interesting look to him. Like, I mean, the art's just so good. Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. I really like these two. You're also known as Unkaku Dono. Unkaku Dono. I believe after hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Rumors, eh? Kakudo no Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Yoshiatsu Yamashina tycoon, 70 years old, a wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Su and Issei areas, born in the Taisho period. Unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus, reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took a particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which included Shinobu Wakamura of Kamishima. Those who received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unkaku Dono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner even more status and money. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen into bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, and has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortune should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Yumiko is pretty. Yes, I hear you've been doing some under-the-table research into immortality. And so what if I am? Sorry. Got my water. Well, now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable. You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police, anyway? It seems, on this particular occasion, it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately. You don't say. Ooh. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Issei City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family, but I suppose he has an image to maintain. Bird stickers? Any bird stickers around? Vegan? People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's here with me today. Hell yeah. What was this one? Kiting killer. My name's like, okay, but like, look at him. He's so cool. I like want this as a sticker for real. This is like great. That's just a good bird. That's just a good bird. You found 5 mockingbirds. You can now access the mockingbird relationship chart from the story chart screen. Best buds, in love, bad blood. Whoa! Yeah! Yeah, this game has everything. ooze. This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Iseshima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. Seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point, though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes. There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him. So he's just a typical rich man, really? Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day, not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in this summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances. I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide, it would seem he's quite the capable fellow. After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that it was taken into the custody of Mr. Yamashina here. He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw around both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Unkakdono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well. I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him. Anything else I forget I'm thinking? Okay. Alright, that's this one. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning. What? That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it to police custody. No idea what you're on about. Of course, you will get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange. Like I said, no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scram. Oh? Pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality, so I've been wondering if this is just a matter of shading on her neck, or if it's a mark of some kind. Because it doesn't quite look like it's just shading, but I could be wrong. Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you'd be wary of our intentions. More like Unko Dono. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkakdono? Oh, good sprite. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth? Useless, a lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have let all this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place, far too big for their britches. My, what a scathing review. Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Ma'am, please. Well, we have, like, Kikuko has, like, this birthmark on her face that has been, like, I think we do talk about it in her profile of how it's just, like, it's this marking on, and but it mostly just says, like, oh, she's been trying to, like, she covers it up sometimes when she's in the mainland, or, like, some of her friends that do that, but then, like, lately she's just been, she hasn't been too concerned about it, but yeah, I mean, these things might all come into play. Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it you're struggling? Twitch. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself, hmm? That might have been true when I started my research. Oh, I take it that isn't the case now? I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Don't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime. Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though. Let me clear up one more thing while we're at it. I've already decided on my successor. Oh? Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job. Is that so? I'm glad to hear it. I suppose that would mean that you no longer have any need for immortality, then. Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. Still intend on continuing my research. For medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society. You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change? Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on. Whenever they, like, bring me out of this, I always think it's, like, something else to look for. Yamashina? I've already chosen my successor. No need to harp on about it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too. By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you? Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife. A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you's also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he? My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes. Doesn't take a genius to see it. One of them phony psychic types, are you? Phony? Yahaha, hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense, liars and cheaters, all of you. So no, you seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina. Don't know if it's because of this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks getting taken in by that tripe. This game really likes the word tripe. That Wakamura over on Kamishima is one of them. Talk about a waste of potential. Only the supernatural could part such wavy hair so symmetrically. Wakamura? Sure. Who might this Wakamura be? Wakamura, he's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over on Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo. A phony sorcerer in Tokyo? You heard right. Since then, there's been no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something this sorcerer whispered in his ear. He even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place. Just recently, he was going on about some curse causing a big storm, that sort of rubbish. A storm caused by a curse, you say? Yeah, Wakamura's like the kind of walrusy, thumb-shaped man. The one who has given Yuza a hard time. He's like a magnate on the island. And he's kind of like Yamashina in that he does do some good things and he brings a lot of money to town and, you know, kind of funds some nice things in town, but he's also like really shady. So it's like, yeah, he does nice stuff, but he also does some bad stuff. And he does good stuff for the town, but also like at what cost? And also like because of that, he has some kind of like, he has like a bit of political power as well. Yeah. Thumb shaped. Sorry. Snacky. Even so, the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. The good Yakuza. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. I'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take over the reins on Kamishima. I see, so even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult. And you do? I figured someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right? You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse? Well, if I remember, why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself? Maybe we will. Thank you for the information. Is there anything else you can tell me about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to? Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot who appeared on television. I never heard of him. As I said, just ask him yourself. Ooh, what if she's a curse bearer? Of course, I'll be sure to do so. Yeah, I wonder, who is this sorcerer? About Yumiko. Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know. Gahahaha. How dare you? Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants. I'm sorry, my guy. Right. So our assistant, Soto, he's got some psychic sense to him. And he has, like, a couple powers, actually. He has this one where he can see, like, if he has, like, contact with a body, he can see, like, the face of the person who the remains belong to. And, some other things, I think. You know, look at his character profile. Yeah, he's a psychic detective. Yes. So his ability to see the face of a deceased individual from the remains, allowing for recreation of their features via portrait sketch. Is the new one. There's also just, like, some talk about, you know, the things that we know from the first game. They've not talked to me about what this vision ability is. Mermaids. There is one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality. What? And what would you know about that? Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all. How can you be so sure? Just think about it, if that legend were true. Wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals have ever been found? Yeah, who's to say they aren't just living and hiding? The legend of Yalbikuni is passed down in over 100 places across Japan, yet not a single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it. So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. Even if just one of those tales is true, there's always a chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere. I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you? I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out. Cute. So you admit to have... so you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then? Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. It's a good face. I do like her. She's very, like, pretty, but she's also very, like, clever. But she's also very, like, I don't want to do this job. I want to go home. But I also do like that she... How old is she again? Secret! Her age is a secret. But I do like that she's really pretty, but she still has, like, lines on her face and stuff like that. Again, can't sing enough praise for the art and the character designs in this game, and the previous game too. If I am not mistaken, that mermaid was in in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'll be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over. So you can hog it for yourself? You won't fool me that easily. You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute? Dude, if you're planning to, like, eat it, like, you could get mega sick from it. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna eat it? I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved. I suppose so. I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. Okay, so we have to go talk about it or something else. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in the sketch. Studied in my stomach? Yeah, my taste buds will be studying the mermaid quite well. Seems he lived in the Iseshima area around 6 years ago. Nope, never seen him. I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed? It's a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be? First I've heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me. How about this, then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive. Bah, what are you on about now? Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. So no. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see. You don't say. And? Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant a human immortality. Ha! I knew it! More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals. Osato is also part of that 800 years stuff. So they have a lifespan of 800 years? That's right, as the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately. Sounds like a real blessing. No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible. Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans. A curse? Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It's a curse that robs them of the ability to die. None of those who have become 800-year immortals have found happiness. Not one. It renders living among other humans impossible. It makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikini did. I should know. I wonder. She is a little suspicious in ways. I suppose that makes sense. Still, there'll always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be. You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for this curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal. Oh, and what exactly are these conditions? Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself. Person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. One who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being known as an 800-year immortal. Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost, and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Huh. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and the body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. Vanishing, okay. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation, due to the individual's original body already being lost. Not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years has passed. Oh. You gotta keep a lot of that stuff in mind. But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid. Huh? Bullshit. Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid. What I mean to say is that mummy is a different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one. Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid, that real mermaids are a completely separate thing? That's right. Which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh won't make you immortal. Seems like you weren't bluffing after all. Then what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it. I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it just being a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that, you see. That mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the forsaken fish. What? Another curse? He's got a really nice side profile. Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely even you're not so hard-hearted as to deny them that. Curses this, curses that. That's all a bunch of hokum if you ask me. That said, the report I got from the Research Institute earlier said exactly the same thing. Oh my, I take it you've already had the mermaid dissected then. Ooh. Good face. I said it was likely a fake, but asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but... Should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Why, well, won't you consider handing it over? I do like Soto is fun. We haven't seen a lot of their dynamic in this chapter, but they're fun. He be wibbling. Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse. All right, have it your way. I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation. I do like her. He's fun. He's a wibble wobble. I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange I want you to tell me one thing. What is it? You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are all these real mermaids hiding then? I suppose you could call it... the eternal world? The eternal world? Oh. Also, Yumiko like wears pearls and stuff. I'm just like, how much should I be like reading into everything? How much does this game really want me to do this? Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god. Ryugu? And how do you get there? I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human. Ha! You could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum. That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Ise Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Ise Bay has its share of mermaid legends too. Now that you mention it, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about mermaids being found on some long-lost island called Taishima, or the like. What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story? Aha, caught your interest, have I? Looks like the story has some merit to it after all. I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. It's just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids. I see. Sounds like you've got a capable young hand. I don't suppose it would be possible to meet with this individual? Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spill the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife, after all. Not interested? Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine. Gahahaha! This is... Oh, okay. So I was wondering, when we have the map, when we were with, like, Yuza, I was like, there's another map underneath it. Is that just, like, decoration, or is it, you know, is that just design, or is it something else? And it seems that it's the other map for, like, mainland, I guess. This looks like pretty turtle-shaped, so maybe that's Kamishima. Ise City. Why is it date unknown? Ide! Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown of our findings as soon as possible. No problem. Go ahead. Any bird stickers around? What the hell? What the heck is this? And what have we here? Oh, this? It's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about it catch your eye? No, I was just thinking, surely it would be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Good point. Maybe I had some posters left over. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place, great tourist spot too. I recommend it. This is one of Ise City's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. Gah. Wondering about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry, I don't have anything more presentable. I wasn't, sir. It's okay. I don't see anything. No boys. Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say. Cool. Think. A message came in from Detective Ide just as we were about to head to Kamishima, so we stopped by to hear what he had to say. Impressively quick work on his part, to be sure. I just hope he has some good information for us. I believe so. Let me just double check and make sure I'm not wrong. We're in Mie Prefecture, the eastern part of the Kii Peninsula in central Honshu. Okay. Like right, and like we're right there, like on that little tip, that little peninsula, I believe. Kind of like here. We have not looked. Oh, I should have done that. Wait, no, we got the relationship chart on this chapter, so I'll look at it. I hope this chapter's not too long, but we will look at it. Sir? So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. Still, why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? If everything I've heard is true, you could probably take him in on charges of desecrating a corpse, you know? Or was there something special about that corpse? How observant of you, detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a second. Is it related to that secret department of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. Get some water. I think maybe. I feel like Tomonaga was brought up. Was he brought up? Wasn't I thinking of a different game? I think he was brought up at some point in some bit. Oh yeah, the Iga ninjas. Ninjas. Anyway. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I'll bet he was pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Ah, well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but... Ooh. Wibbles. I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. You, don't sound very sure about that. Oh, right. That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. Born to wibble, forced to lock in. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city. So 7 years ago he was 19, no? From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of, left the village with nothing but the clothes on his back. She doesn't know what happened to him after that. I see, that would make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Did we get a name for our mystery man? Sure did. His name was Kippei Ikoma. Kippei Ikoma. I looked him up in the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumano to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems like he doesn't live at the place he put as his address anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it seemed that about 6 years ago, the landlord had his contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and returned to his apartment for several months straight. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains. We'll keep looking into Ikoma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always a possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around, just in case. Please do. Testimonies indicate that the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kippei Ikoma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. Victims are believed to have been killed by a curse wielded by someone connected to the Heike. The person in the sketch had no known relatives. If they went missing, it's unlikely anyone would notice. Yep. The woman we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind it was Ikoma. Well, that accurate? Then I'm sure we've got the right person. Still, how did you even make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones. Well, let's just say it's classified for now. Right, guess that means I shouldn't pry any further. Oh, yeah, I also looked into that lady you were talking about, Tomakawa. Oh, yes, did you find anything? Well, it seems she hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint. I see. Is that quite common? Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently it was really common during the post-war growth period. Seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands. Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about. Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be? Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? It was a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back. Oh, I have, yes. One of the victims of that disaster was an ama diver and a housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mari Minakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa. The word mystery woman shares a surname with the maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up. I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything. Oh, so you thought they might be related too? I'm glad it wasn't just me. Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking. Huh? Wait, are you saying... Yep. I was thinking Mari Minakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago. And you think she then moved to Ijika and started going by her old name of Somikawa again? That's right. What do you think? It seems like a long shot, but maybe? But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ijika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family? Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster? Right, if she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name. Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It is difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years. It's possible she just never ran into anyone else she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mari Minakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somekawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think? Let's see. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think, Soto? If she aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somekawa. My thoughts exactly. Do you agree it's a pretty solid theory? It's certainly worth looking into, yes. But if she really is Mari Minakuchi, there's something else that concerns me. Something else? There's a police box, there's a koban, I didn't... Can't deny Miss Somekawa and Mari Minakuchi closely resemble each other, but could there really be a connection there? Somekawa, something about that name's been bothering me. Have I heard it somewhere before? Have I? The only place I've heard it was from another character's chapter. That's just the police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about? Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it. That's all. Would you rather talk inside? Though there's no air conditioner, it's probably cooler out here. Oh, it's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. Wow, I thought it was gonna, like, tell me something about the police box, the koban. Check the court record again. I'm pretty sure it was just... I think it was... We found out when we were Yuza that her maiden name was Somekawa, and then we go into Yumiko's and we meet a Somekawa and we're like, This is just what I've heard. But yeah, and then Somekawa just has like this wooden box. But it seems like the islanders over on Kameshima think this Mari Minakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago. What? Why would they think that? No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of a taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt like she couldn't go back home because of that. Surely not. Seems as good a reason as any why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway. If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains. Perhaps it's worth looking into that first. Can I leave talking to Miss Somekawa to you two then? Well, we'll handle that, yes. Oops. People believe this Mari Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come up here, of all places. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor of Taishima, his surname was Somekawa. There was something else about Somekawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Ooh, I had to think. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, we ask you to keep looking into Kippe Ikoma for us. Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somekawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kameshima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems. Oh, you had business on Kameshima too? That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I can get back home to my husband. I see, you sure are devoted to your husband. Oh, very much, though I do worry he never eats properly when I'm around. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening. Anything could be of help. Sure, will do, though you're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective. Oh my gosh, there's more. And her husband is the sea dragon. I'm like, is her husband like supernatural, or is it like, you know, how Columbo always talks about his wife? We just don't see her. And or they could also be like an elder god. Bad news, ma'am. It seems you were a step too late. What do you mean? Seems someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somikawa in tow. Then they boarded a motorboat that was more there and headed out into the bay. It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. It's fun to make outlandish claims because they could end up being correct. Foreign man. Her eyes are really pretty. Yeah, right. I'm like, okay, if she is like, you know, all these characters kind of look like how they should be, like quite realistic. And so I'm like, if Yumiko is just, you know, how I think she doesn't even have. So it's like, she's a housewife. And I think she doesn't even have, like, spirit sense. And she loves her husband. But she is a full-time member of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Yumiko alone lacks any particular metaphysical abilities despite possessing a meager degree of spirit sense. Even so, she was chosen to be a part of the Bureau's elite unit for very particular reasons known only to a handful of people close to her. There was once one other member of the Bureau who had no paranormal powers to speak of, Tetsuo Tsutsumi, our guy. Two occasionally worked on investigations together. But now she works with Soto. I like this, leaving all the paranormal related procedures and often her much despised paperwork to him. Oh, yes. Yumiko's husband is also a psychic by the name of Itensei Shiki, and Soto is his cherished protege. So it's like Yumiko herself isn't the one, like her husband that she super loves is the psychic. And so it's like, but right, it's like, if everyone else is so, you know, they're realistic in the way that, like, if she's supposed to be like this very normal Japanese housewife lady, she's got like these jade color eyes and these markings on her neck that, you know, I think are markings. No one else has, like, it's very not quite like the shading. And then she's got like pearls. Yes, Tsutsumi is the detective from the first game. Foreign man. Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Soto, what's wrong? The spiritual force is overwhelming! Putting jade eyes with the very convenient ability of green vision. My body won't move. What's going on? Did I do something wrong? Gah. Oh. That girl over there, is she doing this? Yes, she might be. She's hitting the summoner pose. You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't let you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voithicals Numa, guardian spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numinous. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. Whoa. Wait, I love it. Seems like they've saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know. Magic battle. Who are you? Excuse me, what's happening? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa? So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you? Maybe. What's it to you? Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. That's a really good faces. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here. Alright, I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her. This is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Use Soda's curse of binding to restrain your opponent when they let your guard down. Press the use curse button to signal him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Come on, man! Come on! Question. Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa is a friend of yours then? So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them? That's not it. We only have 3 chances! Or is it like, if 3 chances by pressing the button? Can I... Compliment. You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us. What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. I just give up. Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we stop all this and just talk a bit? Not happening, you're just gonna use a curse the moment I drop my focus. Right? I wonder if that was a chance. If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties. Wait, you're with the police? Actually, yeah, maybe that's it. Let me save the game. Oh wait, we can keep talking. Despite appearances, yes, defying us can net you quite the heavy punishment. I see, you must be from Paranormal Affairs. God, maybe? I kind of feel bad for using it. I don't really want to use my curse. It's no good. She's too wary of us. Seems I'll have to press her further before she gives us an opening. That's one. Oh, this is Ace Attorney! You'll have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? Well, I feel like she's quite, like, she kind of understands what situation she has put herself into, so I feel like we really gotta knock her off balance. What do you want with Miss Somikawa? I could say the same to you. You just want a relic for yourselves, don't you? What? You know about the relic? You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Suppose this is the trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother. I feel like... well, maybe that was it. Oh, if they're giving me the other opportunity. Ah, that didn't work either. She really isn't letting her guard down. Sorry, Soto, this is our last chance. So we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of your business anyway. Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both, bold and smart. Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now? So you're from Paranormal Affairs, but you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already? What if I just give up? Let me call... I'm gonna try it. I wanna see what this does. If it gives us a you die, we just go back. Alright, I understand where you're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. That's what I'm thinking, like maybe we fake her out or something. Feels like the kind of trick this game would pull. Seto, can you stop now? Ma'am? There we go. Right? This feels bad. You grown-ups and your dirty tricks, I'm sorry. This bitch. You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here? Ugh. Oh, she's cute. Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You'll never catch up to the boat now. Hakasasteri, get in my path, and with thy merciful hand uphold me. What? She broke through the binding. Bye-bye. Oh, confound it! Stop right there! Looks like she's giving us a slip. And now we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm gonna have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl. I got an achievement for winning a curse battle. Hmm? I put in a call to Paranormal Affairs about her errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them? Yeah, all these woo-woo wizards. Yes, it seems her name is, Cersei Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family, I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes, they're a distinguished family of exorcists, quite an old one, too. It would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems, she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What's she doing out here in, what is she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her. From the sounds of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. They are certainly like the grown-ups of this game, where they're just trying to be grown-ups. Unfortunately not. They asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us, then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa, too. I've got a bad feeling about all this. I would try looking for her. I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. All that is true. I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood. Okay, so I don't have any other chapter for anyone, but... Yuza. But more importantly... Is he the main character? Wait, okay, Red? Red is bad blood. Pink is in love. Orange's best buds. Look at all this beef. They have profiles. Mockingbird number 8, long-tailed tit for tat. The top troublemaker of Blue's brutal beaks. A gang of delinquents from... from... Aves? Aves? Like Aves? Aviaries? Aves? Could be Avis Academy, who have recently been wreaking havoc throughout the region. Despite his cute snowball-like appearance, he's both fierce-tempered and ruthlessly territorial, and the force with which he flies at anyone who messes with the gang's turf is more like a bullet than a snowball. But look at him! Lore. How can such a little guy have so much rage contained within? Look at him. I like this, like, kazoo and recorder song. He's got the most red arrows pointed at him, yeah. Small signs means more dense. Mockingbird number 2, Little Turn, the Turninator. The captain of the raid team for the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew. Although the sight of him skimming the water during his daring dives is awe-inspiring in itself, he also commands the respect of the rest of the gang for being the first one to gain the trust of their maverick leader, Don Harris. They get, like, stories? I hope they get stories. Mockingbird number 13, Mandarin Duck, male, Maverick Manny. A member of the Bamboo Breakers dance team. This lucky duck is envied far and wide as the man who stole the heart of Maverick Mandy. The two are now a pair of lovebirds anyone would envy, or so he thinks. In reality, the only time they can be called that is during their extravagant dances, and he remains blissfully unaware of her frequent flings, a fact that everyone else on the team has already noticed. Manny! Goodness gracious. Oyachi. Mockingbird number 9, Black Kite, Kiting Killer. Strategist of the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew. He can often be seen circling the skies over their territory, ever on the lookout for intruders. Those unfortunate enough to be spawned by him will find themselves greeted by his signature dive bomb attack and grappling claws. He and Fast Lane Frigate of the Bamboo Breakers dance team. There's a dance team. Go way back, having fostered a mutual respect for each other's prowess during their sea racing days. The world needs to know. Mockingbird number 18, Seagull, Gull and Roses, a member of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang. Usually found whiling away his days at the seaside, he has a tendency to suddenly show up whenever trouble begins brewing, just so he can stick his beak into the chaos. Despite being the only one to notice the lack of substance behind Albatross Boss's imposing demeanor, he finds it more entertaining than anything else, and has thus far elected to keep quiet about it. This is amazing. Now this is a game. I can't believe that this little guy is like... It reminds me of the small fry that we fought yesterday in Splatoon Raiders, where it's just one of them and he's so strong and powerful. It's like, oh man, get him! Like hitting the robot. Oh man, okay. Yeah. Alright. That was really... I wonder if I'll get more characters. I don't know, it seems like we've definitely met a lot more characters today, and we're kind of getting more in. I feel like we haven't really touched like the big mysteries yet, but I feel like maybe I am comparing it too much to the first one, where we kind of like start off with this whole like, oh, you can use this curse to kill people, and then as soon as we get into it, it's like, okay, but like who and why and what's going on, what's like, oh, there's this missing persons case that so we know is somehow tied into this curse, and like this and this and this. But I mean, because it's not like we haven't gotten mysteries and stuff, right? Like there's a lot to figure out here, and a lot to think about, and a lot to question. But I do like that the first one was very like crime drama oriented, with there was like murders and curses and like finding the other people. And this one is very like folklore based. I think that's really cool. It's quite a difference. I'm glad the Mockingbird's Hidden Image game has such good side content. Yes. But it seems we will be getting into curses and curse bearers and curse echoes and stuff like that at some point. Yeah, it seems like, I wonder how fantastical it'll get. Right, whereas the first one, it was still like, ooh, there's curses and curse echoes, but I think as soon as when we got like really into it, when we got into like the meat of the story, a lot of it was just kind of like mystery and detective work and kind of solving a mystery. Whereas like this one kind of makes it seem like we're gonna go to Ryugu Palace, maybe. But it's fun. Oh, maybe it's just that their names are all just different colors. I was kind of like, from here, these kind of look the same. Only we just finished a wizard battle. But I mean, like, we had curse battles and stuff in the first game, but you're right? Like, there was definitely wacky stuff going on just in the first game. But I think, like, yeah, like, I think the meat of it was a lot of just how are these criminals doing their crime thing by using the curse? Whereas this one, like, because it's so heavy in folklore and just being like, there's immortal people from the magic palace, it's like, is that what we're gonna do? Are you gonna do another chapter, Wibble? So this is the kind of game that I could read for like hours, and I could go on for hours, but I wouldn't want to like feel like I'm keeping you guys here. I mean, I don't know how long this one will be, because I feel like all of these chapters were like kind of really, really short. And this one was super long. I don't mind reading a bit more. I won't mind if you guys don't mind me like eating in between it. Just gonna hear me crunch some fruit. Right, that one was like actual like wizard battle stuff. I don't know, I could do a bit more. I'm also like super curious. Yeah. I could, if it's seeming like it'll go really, really long and it'll be like, you know, 7 hours, I'll probably pause in the middle and not be like, okay, we need to finish the chapter before we, if we finish up. But yeah, I can do one more. Let me take a quick break and, you know, do all the things I need to. Get a little snack. And then I'll start reading this one. But I'll leave you on this. You guys can go look at this and theorize or something. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for making you listen to this kazoo music for so long. I have a little snack. I have some water. Sorry, she says. This is my jam! Yes, I was jamming. Alright, well, sorry I have to pull you away from the music now. Alright. We'll do a little bit more, get cozy. I hope you like, Allie's storybook time. I guess maybe this is your bedtime story. Okay, and then of course if you guys ever need to like leave, the VODs will be up on both Twitch and YouTube, so don't worry about that. Don't worry about if you guys need to sleep. And yeah. Alright, so we can, I guess all we can do is, well, we can fish, but I think we need to fish at some point. We really gotta fish at some point. But I wonder what they want me to do here. Like, should I be just doing this as a mini game and just constantly be doing it, or are they going to be telling me like, "Hey, Yuza, go diving"? So I'm wondering what that'll be, like, or how this will fit into it, or like if there's something like I should be doing it and I should be finding stuff to kind of continue the story. I'm not quite sure, but I was also, again, not quite sure at the beginning when I thought it was like, oh, this is a tutorial and like I'll do this later in the game and the story, and then they were like, yeah, you didn't find the thing, idiot. Time to meet up. Satoshi Nanami was mysteriously cut down, yet moments later she resurrected before her friend's very eyes. As confusion engulfs the island, Yuza and Azami head out to meet Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyumi Nokuchi, as the appointed time and place. Apologies, I've got an apple. Several hours later. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. It's nearly time to go meet up with Suyu, yeah? Let's head that way. Right. Gotta poke our little turtle. Okay. We also, like, got items, but we don't have an item thing yet. That's something. The whole island was in an uproar after that. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened. Yeah, apparently she shut herself up in her room at the Wakamura's and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that, though? And how'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss, saying that Sato isn't human, that she's something evil and should be chased off the island. But everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamura stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island's probably heard about it by now, though. It'll be all anyone can talk about for a while yet. Did you go back home afterwards, Yuza? No, I stayed out to do some digging. Fran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried. Yeah. You think our promise to meet with her at the bay is still on? Let's go and see. The same day, the 7th, at night. The bay? Oh good, she's here. Gran, is your leg okay? Oh, come on. Oh, man. Gran, it's me. Gran, why'd you turn around so slowly and spookily like that? Oh, you two came after all. The waves were so loud I couldn't hear you for a second. What are you doing over there, Gran? This is where it's hidden. Hidden? What is? What, Amare, your mother, left us. My mom? Yes, so, Yuza, have you heard of an island called Taishima? Taishima? Oh! That was a curse. Huh? Gran? Oh my gosh. See, what's wrong? Gram, he's hurt bad. We have to stop the bleeding. Ah! Oh, Kikuko is here. Well, what are you two doing over there? Kikuko, this isn't what... She just suddenly... Is that Tsuyu? No, you couldn't have. Ah! Wait! She's totally got the wrong idea. It's too late. Gran, she's got no pulse. The wound's too deep. It almost cut her clean in half. She never stood a chance. I'll go get someone. You stay here with Tsuyu, Yuza. No, it's alright. I'll come with you. Help! Someone get the clinic doctor! Ah! So, this is what we saw in the kind of, like, first chapter at the end of Yuza's first chapter when I don't find the thing I need to find. And storyteller stopped me and he's like, all this stuff happens, but looks like you forgot something. And I'm like, okay, thanks, storyteller. This is Old Lady Nakamura. Get the thing, yeah, get the thing your mom left. Go back, go back. What the hell's happening? I hear screaming from down there too. Come on, let's go. And it's all like older women. No way, even Chie? Someone help! 2 more people collapsed over there! What's happening? Help me! I don't want to die! Damn it, there are too many victims! We aren't gonna have enough people to help at this rate! There are more over here, too! What the hell is happening? Is that Kikuko? It got her, too! Someone tell me what's going on! What's with these gashes appearing out of nowhere? This isn't right. There's no way this is normal. Is this the virus? Or was there really a curse? Okay, I think I need to do something. Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. The strange calamity that had suddenly descended on Kamishima plunged the island into a panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing that could be done to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. The survivors were seized with fear, some ran to escape, some simply broke down, some flew into a wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. A short while later. Or no, maybe it just happens. I thought it was gonna be like, it was gonna end my route there, and it's like, ooh, you didn't pick up the thing, you didn't pick up the magic thing you need. At least we were able to meet up with Tsukasa. But what the hell's going on? The whole island's in an uproar. Sorry, I'm eating an apple. Everyone's so panicked we couldn't find anyone who could talk straight. Who could blame them? No one knows who will be affected next. Probably best to hide here until things settle down. You okay, Tsukasa? No, I have no idea whether my mom's safe or not. And I wasn't able to find Sato either. I'm so worried about her. Old man Wakamura said he'd handle things, so I hope she managed to make it back home, at least. Hey, do you think Sato's wound healing up like that has anything to do with what just happened? We've held off prying into Sato's past up to now. But maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think, didn't this whole curse of the Raging Waves mess start when Sato came to Kamishima? Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault, she's just a normal girl! And the mouths in this game are really, like, really well-drawn mouths. I won't let anyone say anything bad about her, not even you, Azami. Sorry, Tsukasa, I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight. I mean, I never thought something like this was really possible either. Huh? Something like what? Do you have some idea of what could have caused this? Yeah, well, a little while ago when we were at Old Man Wakamura's place, Some guy phoned and threatened to kill all the women on Kameshima with a curse. Another curse? Who was it? What did they want? I don't really know. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy. What the hell? All those people had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Old man Wakamura said he'd do something to stop the Raging Waves curse, but the thing just got worse instead. Azami, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me. You're right. Sorry, Tsukasa. I guess I got a bit heated. Azami is just a good man. Even so, that means those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse, right? So they're the ones responsible for this. Right. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, someone made it happen. About that, something's been bugging me about this whole thing. What do you mean? Me too, me too. I really like that like, kind of lean down, lean in, finger up pose. It didn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random, somehow. They were all women, for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together. That's our Tsukasa, sharp as ever, so what were you thinking? Could they have been targeted because they were Ama divers? Now that you mention it, weren't all the victims we saw on the way here Ama divers? Though I guess most of the women on Kameshima have at least some Ama diving experience. But they went after Sato first, right? That wouldn't fit. Oh, you're right. Sato isn't an Ama diver. I was pretty worried Yuza and I might be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now. Still don't know what the conditions are, though. None of us are out of the woods yet. I mean, and Tsukasa's like training to be an Ama diver. And Yuza wants to be an Ama diver, and they've both done dives. Like, yeah, what's the conditions? Wait, the victims were only women? Could the killer have been using this to find their targets? But that would mean the culprit is... Huh? What's up, Yuza? You figured something out? Is it like the mirrors? Or, the clothes? The mirror? Yay! Dude, his head's gonna grow back. Or like something. They're mermaids. Something. What? Okay. Huh? Also, but like everyone else got slashed like across their torso. And if he's getting his head like clean lobbed off, is what I'm imagining. Yuza, your head, it's... No! Alright, storyteller. Yeah! Well done in your efforts thus far. You have now borne witness to the details of the tragedy that befell Kameshima. However, please do not be discouraged. This too is necessary knowledge for your journey. I'm saying this like I'm mad or anything, but I'm so excited anytime the storyteller shows up and is like, what's going on? I'm just holding a grudge from that, like, I'm allowed to guess, right? Or like, I think it's this, this, and this. But this would probably be the first guess, and it feels like the kind of like thing in Ace Attorney where you know what evidence you need to present, but you can't present it yet because you need to press first, and then you need to ask about the thing that you got from pressing, and then you do the present, and it's just like, man, I jumped ahead. However, yeah, blah, 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 blah. This too is necessary knowledge for your journey. I'm so excited. The situation you find yourself in is complex indeed, a veritable maelstrom of events. But I'm sure you'll be able to overcome this trial and accomplish your true objective. For now, we will return to the story chart, where you may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey. We're in the freaking cave tunnel thing. Man, we can't... we can't not! We can't not! Alright. Alright. We get one obby. Oh, we can zoom in. The cloudy ones mean it's in the past, so like it's a recollection that we got. So there's a new little like sort of mechanic in this one where when we're talking to other characters, or like we're having dialogues, or we're just kind of just in our stories, something will like trigger our memory and stuff like that, and we'll remember a recollection and it'll go to the past. So like when we started the game, we started to hear, and then as we were like talking with some of the characters, we unlocked this one and then this one, and you know, we unlocked this one, which they kind of happen before the chapter that we're in. But I don't know how far, but like some of them do say like it was the day before. So like when we start Yuzas and we meet up with Tsukasa and Sato, we unlock Sato's day before, and it's what they're talking about and stuff. But that's why I'm wondering why Yumeko's chapters say that the date is unknown. Because they're not... I don't know if that's just like... I feel like everything is so intentional that I don't think it's like, oh, well, they're police detectives, so it's classified information. Because I think they would just say, like, classified if it was a flavor thing, but it says, like, date unknown. So I'm like, why is it date unknown? Why aren't they telling me that this happened 2-3 days ago or something? So I'm wondering about that. Okay, we can do one of each other. I think it makes more sense to do them in order, but I feel like we can just kind of choose one or the other. But, well, I mean, I'm really glad we ended up doing that today. Because I thought this might have been another long one, but no, that was a really good. And normally I'd be like, that's a good place to stop, but I'll do a little bit more. This is a recollection. Arnav Barnum, a cheerful fantasy author, sets off on a trip to visit the mermaid legends of Issei Bay with his relative, Circe Lunar Light, as his guide. Yeah, I almost thought that Yumiko's was like set 20 years ago or something, but then it had Circe and other contemporary things happening. Right, so like, and I feel like it'll come to play later, like maybe it is weird time jump stuff if we're talking about legends of like Urashima and Ryugu Palace and these time jump things, or if it's gonna be like, no, this was 3 days ago, this was a week ago. Oh, who knows? After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Issei Bay. Nice. Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawage town. Which means this is the Sea of Issei, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing. Indeed, it is. Come, Circe, henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Issei Bay. How amazing. I just can't stop saying it. Is he looking at the camera? Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo? He's talking to us. Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know? Sure. Maybe he has the most spirit sense. Please let that be the twist. Please let it be that he, like, knows that we are the player, and then he talks to us directly, and he's like, you need to do this. And please let that be the twist. With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale. Sure, I've got you covered. Birds. Birds, please. Well, this area is now called Nakabepo. Long ago, it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuhol. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period. Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids. They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and the bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi? Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps. Right? I feel the same way. This is so exciting. Skimming. Okay, there's more to look at. The endless expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Ise province is the land whither repair the waves from the eternal world. The eternal world is pretended to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? Okay. Our surroundings. Anything this way? No birds? This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the 3rd daughter of the Lunar Light family. The Lunar Lights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now. As such, young Circe has received education on this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. No birds, useless chapter. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult. Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request. Circe Lunar Light. Female, exorcist, 15 years old. Wait, we did get... Okay, we only got a little bit. A young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan. Possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. She is quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping until her curiosity has been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she shows a naivete appropriate to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is the 3rd daughter of Ciara? I don't know how they want me to pronounce these C's. Lunar Light, the current head of the matrilineal Lunar Light family, a long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her 2 older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child and is currently in training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East, the spirits of the dead, strong thoughts, and curses. What she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Primary spiritual abilities. Guardian spirits. The ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunar Light family and invoke their powers to exercise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Shikigami, the ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Although she does not have to be the one to write the name. Who wrote the name, it must be Circe who casts the spell on the paper. Dowsing, the ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what their user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Although she is supposed to be in care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute, during her time in Japan, Circe has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervisor in charge of her training has all but given up on trying to manage her as a result. Resolving to keep an eye on her, but otherwise not interfere. As such, she's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Cersei is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu, a girl with potent spirituals. Who isn't? A girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it's not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo, and keeps it with her at all times. Mio! I too am an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu. I was thinking that, like, if there was going to be a connection between this game and the other, it would be through the paranormal affairs. And I'm like, oh, that's great, because Mio and Tsutsumi have both been already, like, mentioned. Hope Ario's okay. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me! She does have a cute outfit. Oh, yeah, right, it's very, like, mutal. The kind of, like, spaces and the sleeves. Think. We gotta think. We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creature. Oh? But for now, I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. Oh, but it occurs to me that I had never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time. Unreferendum. Nickname Avia, unmarried. Notable works include The Fiend of Ringin and the Solar Crow, Herman's Travels, and the Bon Appetit, the Phantom Gourmand series. Although a grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident in his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. He's currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. His reason is simple: a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. I don't know if I buy that. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he will readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly for the same. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. I think we did last session, we did read about a, like, myth about, like, there was a map or, like, something hidden inside of a mermaid. His great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunar Light family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunar Light family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence with them to this day. Cool. But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I'd thought them more cunning than that, but perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures. Let's see, one more thing. Talk about this. Komage Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Sioux City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This was also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan. If you're going to talk about Ise province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike. I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Genpei War. Right? That's actually a really a very elegant way of explaining, like, some history to people who might not know, whether that they're Japanese and you're reading this in the Japanese, or just like, you know, reading the translated version. And just having like foreigners in your game. That's right. That was the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiyomori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing. So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight? That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them. All these characters in Game of Thrones with all the same letter name, how am I supposed to keep them straight? I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall. Apparently Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Ubushina. Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike. This is the metropolitan center of Mie and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes this the perfect place to start a new journey. Cool. I'll talk about the Heike. I've put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Nikimaru. Nikimaru, tell me how to get through this savage raid. Skimming. Okay, maybe. Oh, well. The mermaids part seems really relevant. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth and bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids, the fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance. Ew! And refused to accept them. It is said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Should warn you about, though. Oh? This group sometimes gets referred to as Isetaira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it all as Heike. Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Isetaira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally referred to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time, plus it has a nice ring to it. Either way works for me, so do as you like. The Tale of Heike also... the Tale of Heike also use Heike. You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. If you've watched Cosmos, the story about the crabs, that the faces that you throw back into the water, that is Heike. That is a Heike legend kind of thing. Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan-no-ura and be completely eradicated. I believe I know this one. Dan-no-ura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo, the clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. Pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity. That's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have even been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. Now we reach your particular field of expertise. Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, That resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. Thank you, Hidaka. I don't say many words out loud. No, it's okay. Or like when I look things up in a dictionary, I usually don't like press like, how do you say this word? So I'm just like, that's what this word means. Anyway, moving on. Actually, helping me out with pronunciation is ignomine. That made me laugh because it took me a long time to figure out how nominate was supposed to be pronounced too. Because right, it was like, she shows up first in like Change of Memories, right? So it was just like, I read her name and I was like, Namine? Yeah, we Namine. You Namine? You know what I mean? Oh wait, I didn't even actually read that. Because, I know I did. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. The crunchy compressed clips. Axel saying, gotta memorize while you're like crunching up a potato chip bag. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. But if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by those lingering grudges? Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether. That's somewhat troubling to hear. Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike. Mermaids, mermaids. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of those 3 that were caught in the fishing nets? At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. Oh-ho, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Actually, Tadamori evidently said that they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them. God, what a waste! However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself. So, what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Well now, tasty is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? That's all I could find in existing records. And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose then there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say? Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it's odd that there aren't more immortals walking around. I just remembered a deep memory. I downloaded the JP-ROM of Chain of Memories before the localized version was released. Wow. And I remember the sound bits of Sora saying Donardo and Guhi. . Donagu. Gooey. It's really cute. Gooey. There's I'm chewing, having my lunch. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them. Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind. Excellent, I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all. Anyway, back to the game. I'm sidetracking and this isn't an art stream. Yeah, save it for tomorrow. Let's get to it. Ooh. Move, think. Okay, I always gotta check because, I mean, thinking has given me stuff already from multiple characters. Oh, I've got such a big map this time. Wow, okay, so we were like here before, and now we're all here. Also date unknown. Well, it would seem that we've arrived, and where are we now, Circe? This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there's anyone who hasn't heard of it. In the Beppo. Starting to say I've never heard of it. Wait, really? Oh, that's so cute. She's so cute. The Wibble. There's lots of Wibbles in this game. Good Wibbles. Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing. And besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you to be my guide was so that you could teach me about things like this. I guess that's true. Okay, I understand. Oh, thank you for following. I'll be counting on your explanations. No. What? Okay, let's gimme. Bird stickers? Anywhere, perhaps? Birds? Oh, yes. Oh, it's Lil Blue! We already heard about him a little bit. Alright, now we can continue with the game. If Yao Bikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. Can't begin to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years. Pengi! A penguin. Penguin. Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside really is charming. Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, all right. Yes, it is. This is basically what it's like outside right now. Hey, locusts. I mean, it's cicadas, but that's what it's like. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement. I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? That shrine looks important, so we're gonna save it for later. By that I mean probably now. Legend of Yao Bikuni. The legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Ano Town? Oh, is it just like people just call him that? It's just so like different in my head, or like locusts just are so like associated with, you know, plagues and stuff for me that I think like cicadas are they're just loud and annoying. They're horrible. They're also gross. They're so scary. Because, like, they themselves are not that bad, but they're so loud and they move so erratically that it's just so scary. Like, it just freaks me out. They just, like... they're just jump scare beings. Yeah. The mean grasshoppers. I found the little Shedinja husks around my grandma. I have told this story before, but once we went camping and it was... it's a really beautiful campground. It's, like, by a lake. But that was the day that, like, all the cicadas decided to, like... not decided to, but that was the day that all the cicadas, like, molted and, like, left their shells. And it was really, like, the entire ground. It was, like... you could see shell more than you saw grass on the ground. It was, like, that covered. And it was just everywhere. And it was so gross. And they, like, you couldn't... you had to walk through it in certain parts. And you just couldn't step without crunching. Yeah. Long ago, as I'm crunching this apple, so sorry about that. Long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village. She unwillingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering. Oopsie. And became immortal after subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers. She became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. Give me a second. Okay. Need to grab a tissue. Okay, that's basically kind of what we just got. If we need to read these more, we will go back. I mean, that's what we just do in this game. We just go back and read all the files and the court records. The legend of Yao Bikini, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated. Doesn't that seem like a lot? Were there really that many different Yao Bikunis out there? Obviously, not all the legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? By all means. Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly. That's how she got the name Yao Bikini, the 800-year-old Bikini nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of aesthetic training. And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Oh, my dear, I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikini that have been passed down in every corner of the country all refer to the same exact individual. The exact same individual. Well, quick maths. Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think the Yao Bikini of Wak's province is the most likely origin of the legend. I wonder. Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that the particular location of her place of final rest? That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all died around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely. Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat. That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yalbikini was the term for an immortal. Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, Rather than a nun, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be none of that," and became an alma diver. Oh no, he's exactly my type! Brumts. It's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings. Now wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion. Let's drop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, the person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. That was good. That, like, hands off to whoever who had to translate. Hats off to whoever had to translate that. That was really funny. Can Kusawa's legend of Yalbikini really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations? Exactly, but then again... The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain oh my god, verisimilitude. No, yes, because it's like truth? Similitude. Verisimilitude. Like truth. Like similarity. Tude. Verisimilitude. I promise I'm smart, I just don't say a lot of words out loud. Look, I don't need to say things to escape an escape room most times. Right? Give me a phonetic alphabet. Indeed it does. I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. I mean, I know what these words mean. Then something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yalbikini from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development? Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that. That surely isn't what's gonna happen, right? That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action. Yes, it's really something. He has such, like, intense sprites. But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yalbikini remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. But then, did we come all this way for nothing? Verisimilitudo. Wait. I'm wondering if this is just gonna be what's down there, some sort of shrine. The shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. We'll do that later. Another topic. Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse compiled sometime during the Heian period. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the Tale of Genji and the Tale of Heike. Is it anything like those? Shout out to my boy Aniwara no Narikira. Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though. Harumph. Well, they sound similar enough anyway. Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems. Waka poems. By giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125... Yes, okay. I'm remembering. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no? The Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories. Check. This is like Jim trying to explain something to me, and I'm like, yes! That is what it is! One more thing. The title might be The Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believe the title comes from the fact that that passage 69, nice, is set in Issei province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files. Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. Me. Central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihira, poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character, but the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. A few lines to several pages, covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic... Is it just alliances with a D? Or is it dalliances? His romantic dalliances. This has been like a very, this has been quite the learning day for Allie. Yes. Okay, that's what I thought at first, but I was like, what if it is alliances with a D? Dalliances with women. Oh, boy. Okay, I can be cultured. Some of his most famous episodes are summarized below. Episode 1, Uikoburi, having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe, describes a waka poem on it, and says it to them. Kitagawa, a man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Ain't that the way it goes? Azumakudari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him and recites a poem. In Suruga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Tsutsui Zutsu. Tsutsui Zutsu. Tsutsui Zutsu. Close friends from childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed. But when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure, and as she sees him off on his journey, suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. Karino Tsukai, having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess, serving as priestess at Ise shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Yaku. I didn't know that's where this came from. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to be the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. These won't come up later, surely. There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Ise. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of Symphonia. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. That is really cute. On to the next! No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth. Sure. I think... Yeah, if yeah, bikini really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. I can't begin to imagine what... Okay. Okay. Wow, we are really, like, going down this coast, aren't we? And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear? This is Futami Gaura, the coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Ise City. Ah, then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh? Ah, well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki. Oh, is that so? But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location. Very interesting. But the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit. Okay. Wow, we can really get up there. Tamigata's sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity. It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite a striking image. To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360, as seen in our game. We're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Ise Bay. It makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in. It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view. Looks directly in the camera. Don't you want to visit? I do, actually. I'm gonna find some time to make it out to Sumida. And, like, take a look at all the locations from the first game. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. Okay. As far as the... okay, no, this is the same. This is just like if you missed it, I guess. Wow. This is a lore chapter. So does this place have any legends featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, eh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Ise Province on April 3rd, during the second year of the Enmoon era, which would be 1357. They even noted the exact date. How fortuitous. The passage is the passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Ise Province came Meiju, delivering perpetuity. Came from Meiju, delivering. Yes, okay. So what exactly does that mean? I was like, I need to reread this because I don't know what that means. My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity. Aha, it granted longevity, did it? Finally, we're getting to the good stuff. Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Yaobikuni. Seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time. Indeed, and now we have a name. And now we even have a name. Ooh. So what sort of mermaid was this, and what became of it? No clue. Again, with the vague records, these people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once, after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture? Then they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat? Maybe mermaid meat really wasn't... Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. So they treat it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there. What if they were just... what if everyone was just cool with each other? Checking. Mermaids have taken on quite a different appearance in modern folktales. Okay. This makes me think of that theory you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or a nymph. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it, anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety. You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appeared to be more like fish mermaids. Seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids. Interesting. Then that, in turn, would suggest... My word, would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume the flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. Ooh, if human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. Agreed. Oh, speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? What? But our conversation was just getting good. Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's houses. What was that? Oh, right. Those are Somin Shorai talismans. Somin Shorai? Yes, although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year. But here in the Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add more detailed information to the files for you later. Cool. I actually don't know about these. Or if they're real. I mean, I know New Year's stuff, but I don't know if these are anything, like, specific. Skimming. Tail. I can go for a Somin talisman. Okay, I'm also using this opportunity to eat. A plague! And then hanging a wreath of the cancer's wreath and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somin Shorai from one's ways will offer protection from plagues and all. Why wasn't it just like being a nice person was the thing? I feel like the message should have been like, you should have been a nice person like he was. Okay. What is it? What is it? Now you're making me antsy. What was it? Why? What? Come now, Cersei, you realize something about this Somin Shorai, didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World. Is it? What does that mean? You'd already know this from the files, but regarding the Somin Shorai, its origin goes back to a legend. Yeah, I was like, oh. I feel like if there's something they really want me to know about the story, they would say it in-game. But it's really nice to have these kind of detailed files. Its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozu Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu. Ryugu, you say? That's right, Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the Eternal World. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja Temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend, The Tale of the Heike. So it is. What was that again? From the bells of the Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things. right? Sounds so cool that it sounds so cool that even I memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though. Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself. Fine, fine. So what you're saying is... Isashima is a land with deep ties to both Ryukyu and the Heike. And that is exactly what the Somin Chodai tradition is so well established here. Oh, that reminds me. Oh. There's something about Ryugyu's princess that keeps bothering me as well. She certainly is mysterious. That reminds me about Futomi Gowda. It's nighttime! Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Circe. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away. Sorry. Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain. You're right. Just look at all those stars. Ah. Yeah, let's look at the stars and not look around, and surely nothing will scare me here. Dear me, I dragged her around all day long, didn't I? Or perhaps I should say I had her drag me around all day long. As our guardian for the time being, I suppose I ought to have had us retire earlier, though Circe herself seems to have limitless reserves of energy. Stars speckle the sky as far as the eye can see. Not bad at all. Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look at how dark it's gotten. Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness. Ha ha hee hee. Ha ha hee hee. That's so funny. That's so funny to think about. Fine. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Circe? Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two. Excellent! Do tell! Okay. I'm very suspicious right now. Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during summer, the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. An easy one to find. Triangle, eh? Then I presume it's made up of 3 stars? Correct. Vega is in the constellation Lyra. And Deneb in the constellation it's Swan. And Altair in the constellation This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season. What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them? Well, first... Low in the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Enters of the Scorpio constellation? Southwest, you say? From here, that would mean facing inland and looking to the right. Okay, try to find a red star low in the sky and point to it. Why are they asking me to look for the Summer Triangle? Why are they asking me to look for the Summer Triangle? Aliens? I mean, Tanabata's in July, so they're not gonna pull, like, some Tanabata stuff on me. Right, because, I mean, yeah, Summer Triangle, so... That's that, right? Can I, like, guess other things? Is it that? Wait, I do believe I found it. That star just, that star just there with a reddish tint. That must be Antares. Yes? Tanabacha's July, isn't it? Yeah, it's like it's a 7-7. That's the thing. Yeah, 7-7. I knew that, but when I was asked, I was like, well, now I'm doubting myself. I mean, Obon is soon, if it's August. I mean, it's closer to Obon, which is more, you know, the spooky times. Correct. That is indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Haha, I found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite the celestial cartographer if I do say so myself. I hate to rain on your parade, but you were supposed to be looking for a star in the summer triangle, so please try again. Egads, that's right. Why not try looking straight up from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the sky's zenith and give it a shot. But you asked me to look for this. There, that must be it. Bingo, that's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star, and it's famous for its connection to the Tanabacha Star Festival. And that must mean Hikoboshi will be the one on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the summer triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it. This is kind of cool. Cool way to use their little mechanic. Wait. Oh, it's rotating funny. Right? Because this is the Milky Way, so that's... I mean, are they asking me to find a different star, or they're asking me to find a... I'll just click on this one. Yeah. I was like, oh, please make the sound. Please make the sound. Here we go. Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of the... Aquila constellation. Altair is also known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabacha Star Festival. Oh, that means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. Oh, well, I mean, this is the spooky game I decided to play for spooky summer game. But I have other spooky game. I don't have like a straight up horror like jump scare and or Resident Evil Silent Hill thing lined up, but I have other like murder mystery visual novels on hand. But this is the one I picked. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be. Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There's still another star in the summer triangle to find. It might be hard to see because of the angle. Right you are. It certainly is a bit tricky to see something directly above you. Oh, thank you. This is the 2, and then this is... My eyes, as discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one. Ooh, nice find. That's then one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. And it lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname Milky Way Star. It does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. There, I've located all 3 stars of the summer triangle. How do you like that? The clapping. Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. Alright then, tell me, what's another name for the star Hikoboshi? That's right, well done, Professor. Why are they quizzing me on this? Phew, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to... Oh, I thought they were going to give me, like, more. I was like... I thought they were quizzing me to make sure that I remembered all 3 and stuff, which is, like, fine. But I'm like, what? Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Tutamigauda. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here that you're keen to visit, Cersei? What? We haven't even visited Issei Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface. Ah, you've got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. So next today... A long chapter. Long chapter. I can keep going. Wow, talk about a gorgeous view. It is something, isn't it? This is Mount Asama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Ise City on the other. Well, that's Toba City over there, huh? What's Toba got going for it? Let's see how long this is. Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet. We're studying so much history. Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of ama divers in Japan. Aha, I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by ama divers and fishermen. Can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight. She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning, though I myself beat her to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink all night. Apparently Mount Asama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But as it's situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assumed we'd take the mountain path. All I can say is this place takes my breath away. Okay. Chew. Chewing. First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, huh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, arm them to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle. That's what the Navy was like back then, huh? A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Shitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo in Shima province. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him, I've heard of. He was the Demon King of the Six Heavens. No? True, but that's a title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination. That may be, but he wasn't blessed with, where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh? For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side as to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, the island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline. Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. I wonder, why are we getting all this? That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Oh, do tell. It's about Kuki Ishitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune. I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home. I knew it! Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days. Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend. Not what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it. Well, what's your take on the story then? When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed. Fair enough. I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it feels like that part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess kills herself at the end. Aho, if you're right, that would change the story completely. But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual there, premature inheritance was a common occurrence in those days. But consider this, when Sumitaka died 24 years later, in 1584, he would have been 32 years old. Yes? Even if we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age differences weren't so much a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter? The game Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale. Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere. True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? Well said. A certain occult researcher taught me that one. You don't say. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. Sumitaka died, or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago. Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800-year mortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. So there's a chance something happens after 400 years? Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here. Sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. Ama divers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that free divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Ama diver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Ama divers of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology Manyoshu that depict the Ama diving in Shima province. Ama divers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular theme. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. There is another point worth noting. Ama divers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Ama diver culture is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends. Ah, yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simply Ama divers. It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend. Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it. Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Ama divers of the Toba Shima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki. Tomokazuki? It's believed that an Ama diver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an envelope. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again. Ack! Seriously, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere. That's why the Ama divers of this area wear the Seiman and Doman symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. On another note, the Ama divers of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills that, in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that had sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji era. I'm getting a lot of, like, history and culture and myth and folklore and some of the stuff we were told in the previous chapter. Well, it sounds as if they were true diving professionals. Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated at Dan no Ura and were lost beneath the waves... Oh, we're back to the Heike already? I wasn't aware there was a connection. Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, from the seafloor? 2 Ama divers. Aha, so their lost and found services were being employed even back then, huh? And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike. That's like a painting, I think. Seriously, please, you're gonna give me nightmares! At least that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heike in the depths of the water. Such a deep connection to think the Heike were even once depicted with Ama divers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise-shima region. Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dan no Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Ama divers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Ama divers are always going to be the key players. True, if you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too. Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Circe, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here. Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied. Circe, disappoint me, we didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we? And here I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next. You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt. It's a pretty sweet deal. Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. Surely. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Ooh, okay, that whole chapter was learning about folklore and stuff. Treasure harp. This what's the They gave me a chapter that happens before the next chapter. Then that's part 1, so presumably there's a part 2. I mean, it's less of like a secret chapter and more that they keep doing this, where it's like you start, they give you your first chapter and you're like, okay, that's the start of this story, and then you click it and then it turns out it's over here, or it's over here, it's like way later or way earlier in the storyline than you think it is, and then you click that and you're like, okay, surely that leads to the chapter that I already have, and it's like, nope, there's stuff that happens before that. And so I don't know when anything takes place. And these have also been, I think, date unknown. So I think with Sato and Yuza, they have been sort of like lining up. Like we talked to Tsukasa the day before, the first day that we play as Yuza. So like there's kind of a timeline going on there. But with these two, it's like date unknown. And it really is like kind of bringing us in around. And I do think that is going to be the story charts gimmick or like mechanic of this game, of like there's gonna be, I don't know if it's gonna be as serious as like time travel, but there's definitely some like chronological jumps that we're doing. We still haven't dived in, but it's been a while. I am tired from reading, but we gotta check our new guy. They're best buds. Mockingbird number 16, Fairy Penguin, Lil Blue, the leader of the hoodlum band Blue's Brutal Beaks, albeit in name only, the son of yes, Academy's board chairman. He turned to delinquency in defiance of his father, who refused to accept tit for tat, the very first friend he ever made. Although small in stature and timid by nature, those who have seen him cornered tell a different story, describing his berserk behavior as that of a bird possessed. All he had to do was go berserk mode. Yeah, I think there's definitely going to be some timeline dissonance, I think, with like how much the timeline or like the storyline that we have keeps changing and keeps like kind of shoehorning in these different chapters, and that we've got this like Urashima Taro theming going on. I'm sure that, and then like 400 years, 800 years stuff, like there's definitely going to be some time dissonance type things. His hair is so good. I feel like 99% of all I ever type for these birds is, wow, X is so good. I wish I had more words to better praise these friends. When it's true, it's true. They're so cute. There's just like 2 of them that are just regular birds. They have nothing to do with anyone else. I get stories? I hope I get stories. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. We have so much history and folklore and culture and things like that, but also like some stuff going on in the actual story. Some grisly murders have happened. And certainly a fair number of suspicious characters. Much lore. Okay, let me switch over to talking just for a bit. I can still hear the song. I pause that. But yeah, thanks for sticking around for so long. I know we had like 2 really long chapters, and a lot of it was just like gathering information. But yeah, I mean, the game's good. The writing is so good. The art is so good. I'm excited to get into the meat. We saw the storyteller today. I'm excited to get into like the real meat of it. But yeah, thanks for sticking around for so long. Yeah, I'm sure like we've only scratched the surface of how crazy things are gonna get. And like I really liked the first one, and then when I was playing the first one, I had a whole bunch of people tell me like, "Oh, you gotta play the second one. The second one's really good." And I'm like, "Well, I'm already really, really liking the first one." So, I'm excited. And I also got to learn about like the Kamishimaru mascot, who I love. So that's great. Always a good time. We will definitely do more next week. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Who knows? Because I just like the story. I like the way it's written, and I like to look at everyone. I like to look at the characters. Tomorrow... You can tell we barely just started because our bird collection still is too small. I don't even know if these are like all of them, or like do we get stories between them and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm like going through the pictures again. You guys can't see it. But yeah, fun stuff. Tomorrow will be an art stream. I'll be like working on stuff. I'll definitely not. I say definitely not, but like 5 hours for an art stream is usually not that bad. Or it's what ends up happening. We'll see. We'll see. Thanks for sticking around. I hope you guys had fun, or like could relax to it. Maybe just listening to me read. But yeah. Thanks for sticking around. I will do more next week. Tomorrow will be an art stream. It's late for me. I need to go eat and stuff, and it's late for you guys, and you guys have been listening to me to talk and read, and my like vocal cords are not working anymore. So, oh, thank you. Okay, refresh. Hydrate. I have water. That's my proof that I am drinking water for you guys. Yeah, it's 4:30. I gotta eat my nummies. It's like, yeah, I spent this whole this 5-hour reading stream not being able to pronounce any words, and I need to go have my nummies now. I'm a woman in my 30s. Allie, why are you so bad at pronouncing like big words? I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat my nummies. Gonna drink my water and have my nummies. Sometimes a woman in her 30s needs her nummies. Okay, but also thank you for helping me pronounce words that I have only read in the book and been like, good thing I don't have to read this out loud, and now I have to read them out loud. But yeah, thank you for the pronunciation help, and I will ask for more as we go on, not in just this game, but like other things too. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna end stream and let you guys do your thing too, because if it's kind of late afternoon for me, it's late night for you guys. Go get some rest. You guys get your nummies. Go have your nummies. Get your nappies and your nummies. And yeah. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow for a chill art stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging around. I'll see you guys later. Arigatou gozaimashita. Good night.